Community Development, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Hernan Rustiadi, MAgR. His Excellency, the Head of International Research Institute, Socioeconomic and Regional Development, IPB University, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Arya Hadi Darmawan, MSc. His Excellency, our keynote speaker, International Islamic University, Profesor Dr. Mira Kartiwi, Honorable Professor Ivan Sauki Bey from IPB University, and Professor Madia Muhammad Hakimi from Kebangsaan Malaysia University, and distinguished participants of this event. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. First and foremost, praise is to Allah, the Almighty, the greatest of all, on whom ultimately we depend for sustenance and guidance. Secondly, may Allah blessing be upon the Prophet Muhammad SAW, who has been sent to all mankind to improve the perfect. Thank you for your enthusiasm on this opening conference, Islamic Economic for Agrimaritime Development. Hopefully, all of you can keep your spirit up. Please let me introduce myself. My name is Fitria Tustani, and today I will be your master of ceremony, and I will guide you all during the event. Please be kind upon me as you find many mistakes from me. Thank you. Before the next session, we would like to remind the participants to fill the list of attendance that has already sent on the Zoom chat. The attendance link will be appear 3 times, and certificate will be given to the participant who complete all of attendance list. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming speech will be delivered by the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Agrimaritime Community Development. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Hernan Rustiadi, MAgR.
Thank you. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you, especially to the head of International Research Institute of IPB for Socioeconomic and Regional Studies, Professor Arya Hadi Darmawan, the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Management of IPB University, Associate Professor Ivan Sauki Bey, and also the head of CBES, Dr. Laili Dwi Arsyanti, and honorable all speaker, especially the keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Mira Kartiwi, and also Professor Muhammad Hakimi Safiai from Professor Mira Kartiwi is from International Islamic University of Malaysia, and Professor Muhammad Hakimi Safiai from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And all ladies and gentlemen, the participant of this conference. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude again to the organizer, especially the CBS and also the Faculty of Economic and Management and all co-organizer of this conference, Conference Islamic Economic for Agrimaritime Development. IPB University is one of state university in Indonesia and well known as agricultural university. As you know, Indonesia is a rich agriculture and maritime resources country because Indonesia is archipelagic country. Considering this potential and this richness and also our competency, IPB launched the vision for the future of Indonesian development, so-called Agrimaritime development. Agrimaritime development has become our IPB platform for our goals for the betterness of Indonesia and all related countries based on agro-maritime. And therefore, I would like to extend my gratitude for the organizer to choose the topics or the theme of this conference, Islamic Economic for Agro-Maritime Development. IPB University now has been developed to be much more multidisciplinary university, including in socioeconomics, medicine, many multidisciplinary study. And in terms of economic, IPB has established economy Sharia economics department and related education and research activities. And IPB now has many units related with economic Sharia or Sharia economic program. We have one bachelor or undergraduate study on economic Sharia, and in the near future we will open new study program for master degree Sharia economic. And in IPB we have already many collaboration with Sharia or Islamic related institution. For example, we have very strong connection and collaboration with LPPOM MUI. This is Indonesian Council of Ulama, especially on halal certification. IPB advise and also assist this Indonesian Council of Ulama on the establishment of halal certification system in the country. And IPB has already established Syariah Rural Bank, or BPRS. We have so-called BPRS Botani Bina Rahmah. This rural bank has delivered about more than 2/3 of the credit to the agriculture-related economic activities. And the total asset of this rural bank has increased very fast, increased about 10-fold, between 2019 until 2023. So it means only in less than 5 years, the asset has already 10 times increased, very fast. And IPB has also so-called BISWAF and UPZ Al-Kuryah Basnas. This is Wakaf and Zakah management unit in IPB. And this is also agency for investment and Wakaf program in IPB. And for the scientific activities, IPB very strong support for research related with Sharia economy. So we are very glad that the dean of this faculty, Dr. Irfan Beik, has already programmed to increase the number of publications, the number of research related with this Sharia economic research. So in the near future, IPB will deliver and launch a new scheme of research to support social and humanity related research, including Sharia economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this international conference will the place for us to discuss and deliver ideas for the betterness of the people, for justice, for income equity, balance, asset for the people, accountability, and so on. And this is the principle of Sharia economy. So I hope this conference will be very fruitful, and we are waiting for the outcome, and we hope many paper would be submitted to reputable international journal based on this conference. So thanks again. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Professor Enan Rustiadi, for welcoming all the attendees of this event. The next speech will be delivered by the head of International Research Institute, Socioeconomic and Regional Development, IPB University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Arya Hadi Darmawan, MSc. Okay. And now we are going to listen to the keynote speech by Professor Dr. Mira Kartiwi from International Islamic University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Mira Kartiwi.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Okay, good. Right. Thank you so much. Okay. First, I would like to, before I load the screen up, let me start the session properly. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Alhamdulillahilladzi hadana lihada wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadana Allah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammad abduhu rasuluh. Alhamdulillah. So thank you so much to organizers, particularly Prof. Hernan Rustiadi, Deputy Rector of Research and Innovation of IPB University, and also Prof. Arya as Head of Research Institute of International Social Development, Economics and Regional, IPB University, Dr. Laili Dwi Arsyanti, Director of CBAS, IPB, and discussants for today, which is Dr. Diah Putriani as well as Dr. Qurrah Ayunia. So thank you so much for having me in these sessions, and I'm very humbled and I'm very honored to be with everyone today. I'm looking forward not only to share but also to learn from everyone. So thank you so much for having me in this session. First, if I may share the screen, let me just try to pull up. Okay. I will try to be, I know the temptation for me would be to very much focus on the IT, which is my comfort zone, but I have to do justice to the participants, which is majority of everyone here is from economic background. So I hope I will not misuse the jargon or intimidate anyone with the jargons that probably some of you may have heard it but were not familiar with the context. I really hope I can be as careful as possible in using those terms, inshallah. Right. So this is the topic that has been entrusted to me in this talk. So the topic is digitalization in Islamic finance. The digitalization per se, it will be very small, as I said earlier, because I know a lot of buzzword has been going around when it comes to the term, but we want to zoom in to the part which is very small, which is the title that the subtitle that I have here, which is how do we advance the agro-maritime industry? Oops. Okay. So let me just. I think earlier the speakers have actually highlighted on the importance of the sectors in the world as well as particularly in Indonesia. But let me talk about the world importance of agriculture sector, just to remind myself and everyone so that we have the right sentiment towards these sectors and awareness towards these sectors for everyone's benefit. We do know that these sectors, agriculture sectors, actually one of the key holders to address the issues of poverty. Just poverty alone, 9.2% of the world population actually lives under less than $2.15 per day, which is $2.15 per day is considered as extreme poverty line. And as I've mentioned earlier, agricultural development is one of the most powerful tools, the key holders to addressing the extreme poverty. Based on the report from World Bank, by addressing these sectors, by harnessing these sectors, it can actually feed a projected of 10 billion people by 2050. So how important this sector is, I'm very sure us as Indonesian, especially because Indonesia is considered as agricultural, which is very much supported by agricultural sector. So we can very much relate to these findings, and then we couldn't agree more on the importance of supporting this sector in the nation. Let's have a look on the maritime. On the other hand, 80% of the global trade is actually, of the volume is actually handled by maritime transport. And by value, around 70%, over 70% of the values, making these maritime sectors or industry as the backbone of international trade. So we know how important it is. And what is interesting is that in terms of environment, maritime transport, shipping transport is considered as less carbon footprint. So it's a lot more environmental friendly as compared to other options. So in this case, I think we know how important, again, the sector is. And also the maritime industry is also crucial because we have a lot of marine resources, which in this case includes the fisheries, oil and gas, and also any other resources that the sea could actually provide to us, be that food or whatever it is, which natural resources is. Many of it is actually contained in the maritime. So in this case, I think we know how important, again, the sectors is to the nations and to the world. But let's zoom in a little bit on Indonesia, because Indonesia is unique. We have a very interesting strategic situations in which we actually gluing two important parts of the world, the Pacific and the Asian. So with this, it actually holds a very promising values to the countries. And not to mention, Indonesia is the largest archipelago in the world, with the nation total area is around 190 million hectares, of which 55 million hectares are agricultural. Coming back to the first point that I've raised earlier, how important the agricultural sector is. And more than 70% of the area, if you have a look on the image that I have on the slide, is actually sea. So again, agricultural, because majority of our areas that is the land area is actually quite useful, quite valuable for agriculture. And maritime, how important it is, because majority, more than half of the areas is actually sea, which is actually maritime. So in this case, how important it is, especially for Indonesia. These two sectors are very critical to Indonesia. However, this wealth doesn't come with no challenge. So we know that 70% of the nation's coral reefs are in a state of moderate to severely damaged, particularly because of the harmful fishing practices. And also, we do have a lot of biodiversity is in the verge of extinct. So we have a lot of issues with lack of sustainable biodiversity, and we also have issues of coastal families or coastal families which is live below the poverty line, despite that we have many resources, coastal resources, and many coastal areas are already overexploited. Hence, this degrade the mangrove forest, fish catches surpassing the sustainable limits. So these are some of the challenges that the sectors actually experience. Again, as much as I'm the kind of person which is half full glass kind of person, no matter how challenging life is, we have to see the bright side of it, and there is a silver lining of all these challenges. Actually, it aim to educate us to be more vigilant of the solutions, vigilant of the values of the resources that we have. So this is where I really hope this is where we can see all potential solutions which would systematically address the challenges that we have just now. So if I can again re-emphasize how important this agro-maritime industry is to the countries and to the world, and it is important to make sure that the sector is productive, sustainable, and resilient. The notions of rapid adaptation is a must. And I have heard this for quite some time. I've read quite a number of report which is emphasized on rapid adaptations, how important it is for every sector to be agile to all the challenges, to be able to not only resilience but also agile in terms of making sure that we have a lot of handy skills and knowledge which will help us to address the issues especially from enormous pressures that we have today. So for example, some of the mounting pressures that we have today is the climate change, the labor shortages, the ecosystem degradations, which is I've mentioned earlier, due to exploiting the natural resources unwisely or lack of proper regulations or enforcement, and making sure those ecosystems are actually taken care of. And also, we also have issues in terms of demographic transitions. So in this case, all these mounting pressures is giving us the sets of bottlenecks for us to progress, and to be able to address all these sets of challenges at once, it requires a very thorough, a very complete information, so that we will be able to come up with the solutions which is holistic. And one of the way I believe, again coming back to half full glass kind of person, which is I I am optimist it can be addressed systematically. So one of the way to actually address systematically is by using technology. Technology is just a tool. I keep saying that I am a big believer technology is just a tool, but knowing how to use the tool properly would be able to help us addressing a lot of issues that we have today, and including addressing and empowering certain sectors in the economy, which in this case is agriculture and maritime sectors. So digitalizations, by using the technology, which in this case, if we embark on digitalization, it does offer a potential to help address these challenges. But let me just proceed a little bit on how this technology has been adopted in the world, especially for agriculture sectors. So based on OECD reports, I'm very sure I have actually provided all the sources, which I'm very sure if everyone would like to dig further, you can actually look at all those resources that I have down in the slides. So these are some of the reports that I consulted and referred. So when I go through all this report, it is interesting that if you can have a look, for example, for certain developed countries, smart farming or digitalizations and digital transformation is not new for certain countries. And we know, I'm very sure we all know, and in fact, certain countries have embarked as early as 1990s. So in this case, when we have a lot of use cases, when we have a lot of histories of technology adoptions in the sectors, we could actually very much learn from what works, what doesn't, and we could very much see what are or assess the potential use of this technology to the sectors that we have in the country. For example, if I can just bring you to the result here, where some countries actually have used technologies for agriculture production unit, for example, in Colombia. Or in Australia, they're actually using it for grain farms. So in this case, if we do have some sectors, or if we do have natural resources, which is very much similar to the countries that have embarked on smart farming, we could actually learn on these use cases on how much potential can this technology brings to addressing the issues of food scarcity or poverty for coastal reefs, for example, families in coastal reefs. So, coastal regions. So in this case, I think we have all the potentials. If we would want to elaborate further, if we want to assess further, we do have a lot of use cases to learn from. Not to mention in terms of technology, if I can bring you to the second half of the chart here, whereas some countries have intensively used some technologies than others. For example, here for GPS, most of the countries that actually being surveyed, they have actually used all these technologies intensively. But when it comes to the sensors, we know that certain countries have been advancing more than the others. So in this case, again, there are certain promises that this technology can bring, but it also requires a lot of commitment in terms of a number of resources, which I'm going to show you next. But first, I want to highlight how much use cases that we have in the world, highlighting that the technology, the digitalization is not new to these sectors. Digitalizations have even, as I said earlier, have reached or certain countries have opted to be adopters as early as 1990s. However, the level of adoption is very slow, and a lot of countries opt to as a laggard. So in this case, it is important for people or for academicians to promote or to educate how important it is, or start to embark on digitalizations. But knowing all these challenges, we're going to have a look on what are the common bottleneck on embarking on these initiatives. So these are some of the some of the challenges that stop countries from adopting such technologies. So the most common challenges that constrain entities or countries to actually adopt these technologies is, of course, among others is the cost. Okay, so the cost of upfront investment. If you want to embark on, for example, smart farming with a lot of sensors and whatnot, all those kind of things, of course, it requires a lot of investment, and also it requires a lot of cost for subscriptions, for example, and the switching cost from the manual or the technology that you already have, the legacy, the system legacy that you already have, moving into a different one that would, again, incur a lot of cost and investment. On the same time, we also have other non-technology related issues or constraint. Like, for example, these two sectors, especially agriculture sectors, are very much challenged with the human resources, which in this case, finding human resources with the right skills to help operate all these technologies would be another challenge that these sectors will have to acknowledge, and we have to acknowledge in order for us to promote the technology properly. And also, there is a very minimum of renowned, foolproof, if I can put it that way, farmer-centric innovation. So usually, a lot of innovations is very context-specific, if not country-specific. But to see that technologies which actually easily transferable or easily replicable in different countries is very hard, knowing that not only a geographical but also some other regulatory issues would be one of the hurdles to transfer all this knowledge to different parts of the world. And from my perspective, which is I'm from the data analytics, which is, for me, beyond all this is, of course, on the how meaningful all this technology will bring you benefits in terms of knowing the or allowing you to learn more. So in this case, the risk of how those data is actually being collected, how accurate this data, how proper the data governance is, and whether or not people actually able to see the benefits of it, educate people to not only just collecting data, but learn from the data being collected. Those are another challenges that usually comes not only with these two sectors specifically, but it's actually renowned challenges for all sectors. So in this case, I think we have to acknowledge that despite a lot of promises that technology can bring, but we have to be aware that it brings, there are a lot of constraints that we have to be carefully address on the same time as bringing these solutions in. Hence, this will be a lot more a lot more beneficial investment that we could actually place on the technology. All right. Then let me move on to the Islamic finance. So I have make a case on, I have put the narratives on how important the sectors is. I have put the narratives on how technology can actually bring the values. I've also shown you how certain countries have started to embark on the use of technology in agriculture sectors. Without a doubt, it actually, the long history means that it is a technology that brings values in. There is a promise behind this technology. And also, there's a lot of values, a lot of points in which it will be able to address some of the challenges that we had just now. So I have put that narratives down, but the problem is, again, coming back to the point earlier, that it requires a lot of investment. So how do we bring in the notions of Islamic finance to this kind of landscape? So I'm declaring this as a means for me to get myself checked, just in case if I misunderstood the concept, please feel free to remind me. But this is what I understood from Islamic finance, is that it is a system of financial practices that are consistent with the principles of Islamic law, Sharia, which in this case, these principles actually aims to promote social justice, ethical behavior, and equitable distributions of wealth. And when we are talking about ethical investment, Islamic finance, we actually coupled with social responsibility. So we don't just focusing on the wealth only without looking at how it actually impacts the society. When we are talking about Islamic finance, these two are always coupled together, that the wealth is actually a means to bring values to the society. So in this case, when we have just now, there's a lot of investment required to bring technology in. And if the investment, if the Islamic finance is one of the means and ways to actually bring about those technology to the relevant stakeholders, then we have to put again this ethical investment with social responsibility in mind. So what does it mean is actually the investment must contribute positively to society and the economy, which means we or the sectors must finance projects that promote welfare, social justice, and environmental sustainability. So in this case, when we have this as a framework, we would be able to know that despite those technologies come in, there are a lot of technologies which we have to carefully implement so that when it brings the values, when it addresses one problem, it doesn't introduce another problem. For example, there's a lot of technologies when it comes to sensor and whatnot, despite it does bring values, but poor implementation of it could actually damage the environment. So in this case, I think we have as sectors or Islamic finance, which is sectors that promote or want to bring the values back to the sectors. I think we have to carefully assess how these projects, when it affects all sides of the factors, the welfare, the social justice, especially the environmental sustainability. And when we are talking about digitalizations in Islamic finance, I'm very sure all of us familiar with how these digitalizations have actually reformed, if I can put it that way. It has sort of changed the landscape of financial sectors in many, many years, and how it has transformed the financial services and processes, how it has transformed the way financial institutions operate and deliver service to customer. This is because of all this technology kind of penetrate not only to the sectors but also to the customer on the same time. So this is there could be a push and pull factors in which the customer kind of demand that there should be some changes in place. Hence, the financial sectors, by hook or crook, they have to bring those technologies in. So in this case, I think in many ways, in many countries, Islamic finance are not immune to these needs for digitalizations. So, and I'm very sure in Indonesia, I've seen, as one of the customer of Islamic finance in Indonesia, I'm also aware of the amount of change that it has brought, that the technology have brought into the sectors. And as I mentioned earlier, how digitalization have reshaped the industry and has enhanced our experience as a customer. It also actually enables a new business models. And when we have this kind of digitalizations come in, it's actually impacted almost everything, consciously or unconsciously. It has actually impact on how we think of a transaction should actually take place. By right, the same thing should also be on the financial sectors or the people in the financial sectors perspective, which is how you assess the risk would be different from prior digitalizations, and how would you comply with regulatory requirements that also should be different from prior digitalization. So in this case, digitalizations have changed the way we expect on how the sectors operates within and inter sectors. And some of the potential areas for digitalization in Islamic finance, I'm very sure, again, this is not new. I'm very sure many of the participants today have heard the terms of blockchain, AI, big data. Some of the terms is kind of like people just put it interchangeably, although it's not actually interchangeable. But let's put that aside. Let's just focus on how this technology actually brings value in. So if I can again reiterate, these are some of the technologies that in some countries it has been adopted much more in terms of level of adoptions, has been more matured than the other countries. In fact, within the same countries, certain sectors have adopted these technologies more advanced than the other sectors. But again, despite the level of implementations in different sectors, I think Islamic finance, again, you have the push factors to actually start assessing all these technologies to see whether it actually brings values on how it helps the sectors. Again, coming back to the two sectors that we have just now, how it actually brings values to those sectors, the two sectors which many of the stakeholders are still in traditional or is still in manual processes, dealing with manual processes. Okay, so if I can just if I can show some of the top generative AI use cases in banking, I'm very sure probably some of this has been implemented a lot in Indonesia. For example, on fraud detections, the risk management, the data privacy, credit analysis, financial forecast, all those kind of things. I'm very sure it has been extensively, or if not, in partial form has been implemented in financial sectors in Indonesia, let alone Islamic finance sectors. So in this case, when we have a lot of use cases in financial sectors, we know that there are a lot of forms of technology which probably can be explored further, in which we can actually see how this will benefits the two sectors, again, the two sectors that we've discussed earlier. Let me bring some examples on how this can actually be emphasized. So I want to emphasize on the key takeaways from all this point that I mentioned just now. For example, when we're talking about the risk management, one of the things in the smart farming, for example, is the use of the sensors, the use of mobile kind of application in which help the farms. I have seen how it is actually being implemented in agriculture sectors, in which it actually helps the farm to know with the data which is pumped in by Ministry of Environment, for example. In Malaysia, we do have the Department of Environmental something, which is I think that in a way that they actually provide all those kind of informations about the climate, the precipitations, and all those kind of things that actually give a lot of information for the farms to know the likelihood of the drought. Okay, so all these kind of things, when all this information is delivered to mobile applications, and the farmers would be able to anticipate there will be a drought, for example, in the next few months, and they would be able to sort of prepare all the necessary resources, making sure that the crops will not be affected by this lack of rain. So in this case, all these informations would actually comes to the farmers timely. So when we are talking about these digitalizations, when I'm talking about just now the mobile applications, the sensors, and all those kind of things, when you bring those technologies in, it requires a lot of investment. And these digitalizations requires a lot of support. But again, agriculture sectors usually having these kind of challenges to reach out to financial sectors because of I think I've mentioned some of the challenges that we've discussed just now, especially when it comes to human resources. Majority are very in traditional way of doing things. So to bring these narratives to financial sectors, it requires a lot of pain, if I can put it that way, to sort of convince the financial sectors to see the benefits on how this technology can actually bring benefits to them. So in Islamic finance, with the extensive data that you have collected and the amount of data that is available publicly, I'm very sure you can revolutionize. I'm not sure whether it has been done in Indonesia or not, but there's should be a new way on revolutions on how the sector should run on in terms of accessibility, in terms of efficiency in risk assessment, the transparency of risk assessment, and of course, with the technology by right, it should be a lot more effective in terms of cost. So this room requires change, and this change will not be easy for these sectors if not without good faith, if I can put it that way. And if Islamic finance have embarked these technologies intensively before the two sectors in, I'm very sure you have the tools, the right tools, and the right resources to actually assess the risk much more holistically, much more exclusively for the kind of projects that is being submitted by stakeholders from the two sectors. And I hope by embarking these digitalizations, the financial institution, as a result, you can also improve the operations. And this is in Islam. I believe that all of us aware with one of the ayah in the Quran, in ahsantum ahsantum li anfusikum, when you do good things to others, actually the good things is actually for ourselves. And I'm very sure as an institutions who actually, despite all the regulations, despite all the requirements, as of course as an institutions that you have to comply with, but we do have this good faith in which that if the institutions actually operates on the basis that we want to serve better the society, we want to give back to the society, I'm very sure it will bring about the rooms of competitiveness and value add in the increasingly digital world. And I think we can just, if we can just look back on when people have doubt on the Islamic finance in 1998, before 1998, but during the financial crisis, we know how agile and how resilient the financial sector is. So I think we should have that confidence in which we will be able to bring about the benefits, and yet we are trying to improve the sectors, the Islamic finance sectors in the countries. And I really hope, just to conclude, these transformations will not only bring the benefits to financial institutions, but also promote financial inclusion and economic values in the countries, of course, especially in terms of growth. I was informed I have been given 30 minutes, so I really hope that I can also answer in terms of if there's any doubt or any thoughts that maybe you would want to re-emphasize, or if you would have a different perspective that I should learn from, I'll be more than happy to allow anyone to raise the thought. Okay, so I'm returning back the sessions to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Mira Kartiwi, for your insightful speech. Let's give another round of applause for our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a paper presentation of top 10 papers in Muzaraah called Poll Paper. For all participants, you may enter the room through the available room. The first group will enter the first Zoom breakout, and the others will follow. The presentation will end at 4 p.m. To participants, the time and screens is yours. Okay, I will reminder you. Our next session is a paper presentation of top 10 papers in Muzaraah call for paper. For all participants, you may enter the room through the available room. The first group will enter the first Zoom breakout, and the others will follow. And the presentation will end at the 4 p.m. To participant, the time and screen is yours. And there is no Q&A session for speech. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mbak Fitria Tustani, can I start the session?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, esteemed colleagues, distinguished speaker, and participant. It is an honor to welcome all of you to this parallel session of the opening conference on Islamic economics for agro-maritime development. My name is Dia Putriani from University of Gadjah Mada, and I will be serving as the discussion for this session. So today we are privileged to learn into the top 10 papers selected from the Al-Muzara'ah call for papers. And these 10 papers represent, in my opinion, an innovative ideas that aim to bridge the gap between Islamic economic principles and practical application in the agro-maritime sector. And inshallah, our session promises to be engaging and insightful and will provide a platform for academic discussion and exchange the ideas. So without further ado, let us begin with the presentation of the first paper. But before start, I'll read the rules of the session. Maybe let me share my screen first. So this is the rules of the presentation. All the presenter will be given maximum 10 minutes to present and 10 minutes for discussion to provide feedbacks or Q&A. And then please strictly follow the time limits to ensure that all participants have an equal opportunity to present and discuss their study. And then during the presentation, all of the presenters should ensure their presentation are clear, concise, and well structured. So please prepare the PowerPoint. And then visual aids such as slides should be used to enhance the presentation. And then presenters should focus on the main findings because it's only 10 minutes, contributions and implication of their research. And then presenters should ensure the technical setup such as microphone, camera, and presentation slide. And then if there is time remaining, there will be a question and answer, especially from me, and maybe I'll open to the forum if it is possible. So maybe we can start for the first presenter. Let me check. First presenter is Muhammad Hanif Ibrahim, Fauzia Fitri, Rasih Taifan Ahmad from Gadjah Mada University, University of Washington, and Diponegoro University. They will present the research entitled as the role of technology readiness in Sharia financial technology acceptance among the MSME, an empirical integration analysis TPB and TAM framework. Okay, maybe you can start, Mbak Fauzia and teams.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry if I cannot open my camera. This is for a moment because I'm going to the airport now. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Fauzia Fitri from University of Washington, Master of Science in Entrepreneurship. And we are going to present the role of technology readiness in Sharia financial technology acceptance among MSMEs, and empirical integration analysis TPB and TAM framework. With me, join me with my team is Muhammad Hanif Ibrahim from Universitas Gadjah Mada and Rasih Saifan Ahmad from Universitas Diponegoro. Next slide, please. Okay, as we already know, fintech contributes greatly to the development of Syariah finances, especially for MSMEs, in carrying out various financial transactions. Fintech offers various advantages and ease of use to so many users, including MSMEs. As we already know, Indonesia has a lot of MSMEs and are switching to banking services to fintech services. Indonesia also has a high potential in using Syariah fintech, such to large Muslim population, because it is a great market and we gotta enhance this and significant fintech development. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Mbak Fitri.
Yes.
For the PowerPoint, it's not clear here. It's blue.
Or maybe someone can stop the screen and share it again, please.
You can reshare the PowerPoint.
Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I'm still going to read all of the research gap first, maybe while the team fix this. Okay, so the research gap that we are introducing in this paper is understanding technology readiness among MSMEs is a crucial prior to implementing fintech. Asuti and Nasution in 2014 identified significant variances in technology readiness among MSMEs. Nugroho also highlighted factors like customer pressure, ease of use, necessity, and capital influence. Further exploration is needed on MSMEs' enthusiasm for Syariah fintech, considering both high fintech and the other in Indonesia. Prior research primarily focused on user preferences in mobile banking adaptation. This makes our paper is necessary and useful to a lot of people because we discover something new. Research novelty and the research objective here is the study aims to fill the research gap by analyzing the factors that influence MSME's intention to the Islamic fintech services through the integration of theory of plan-based behavior, or TBB, and theory acceptance model, or TAM. This study also adds technology readiness and Islamic religiosity as moderating variables. For the next slide will be explained by my colleague.
Okay, then we move to the next part from this presentation, which is research methodology. I'm sorry, the screen is still in research hypothesis. Previous slide, please. Previous slide. I'm sorry, can you move to the research methodology slide? Okay, I will still present, waiting for the slide, so the proper slides. We move to the research methodology slides. We employed a purposive sampling method targeting MSMEs capable of accessing Syariah fintech services via smartphones or other devices across various demographics and geographical regions in Indonesia. And data were collected through an online questionnaire from 140 respondents and analyzed using structural request modeling, partially squared method, or SMPLS, which is suitable for managing small samples and models with weak theoretical foundation. And you can see the research instrument that we use for collecting the data. Next slide, please. And this is our research hypothesis as shown in the screen. Next slide, please. Okay, okay. And then we move to the next part, which is result and discussion about respondent characteristic. Our respondents varied in gender, education background, age, and income, providing a diverse data set. For example, 62.1% of respondents were male, and the others were female. And about education background, we can see that educational level range from high school graduate to postgraduates. And then about the age, distribution was broad, covering young adults to those over 50. And about the income, we see that income levels also varied significantly, ensuring comprehensive coverage of MSMEs perspectives. Okay, from the next slide, we will be presented by my colleague.
Okay. Next, we move to result and discussion. You can see the algorithm result from my team. From this diagram, we use 13 hypotheses with 6 hypotheses has significant and 7 hypotheses not significant. Next. Okay, discussion. The first is Islamic religiosity has a positive effect on intention MSMEs to use Sharia fintech. Ashraf Ali discovered that religiosity influence consumer preference as long as product align with the religious belief. An alarm affirmed the significant is MSME's adoption on financial technology. The second is attitude doesn't have significant effect on intention. Attitude has contradictory with previous studies which found a positive effect on intention to use. The third is subjective harm doesn't have significant effect on intention MSMEs to use Sharia fintech. The personal value of MSMEs prevent the formation of intention to use Sharia fintech because the subjective norm variable lacks adequate and external control. Next, we perceived behavior control doesn't have significant effect on intention. Perceived behavioral control contradictory previous finding showing a positive effect on intention to use. Next, use to use has a positive effect on attitude. MSMEs benefit from systems that are easy to use, improving performance and operational excellence. Is of use faster positive effect on technology adoption, increase work effectiveness and customer satisfaction. Next slide. Next, is of use doesn't have significant effect on intention. Most respondents in this study were highly education and tech savvy, enabling them to use Sharia fintech contrary to prior research. Next, usefulness has a positive effect on attitude, and SMEs are more likely to adopt fintech if they see it can increase efficiency. This is because they are aware of its impact on business development for competitive advantage. Next, usefulness doesn't have significant effect on intention. Usefulness has a contradictory with previous study, which found a positive effect on intention to use. Social influence have not significant on intention MSMEs to use Sharia fintech. Social influence contradict prior studies showing a positive impact on intention to use. And then technology readiness has a positive effect on MSMEs intention. Pasuraman emphasis important of customer technology readiness aligning with business complexity, particularly in field like Sharia fintech. Our study reveals that most MSMEs are equipped by sufficient tech knowledge, leading to a positive effect attitude toward adopting technology for enhance the business. Next slide. Conclusion from the research. Based on the research, 6 hypotheses were accepted and 7 hypotheses were rejected. This result implied that the TPB and theory research model can prediction to use Sharia fintech. The research result implied that Islamic religiosity is of use, usefulness, and technology readiness produce higher intention for individual to access fintech service. Technology readiness is a critical variable with the highest value in predicting MSME's intention to use Sharia fintech. And from the suggestion, the first is fintech institution to improve the quality of fintech in terms of application or website to gain greater intention to adopt Sharia fintech. Second is stakeholder financial service authority or OJK needs to encourage Sharia fintech as a service provider to provide best service to candidate and user. And for future research to add technology readiness in model of technology use. In addition, future research can categorize fintech into payment, lending, or crowdfunding for the comprehensive result. Next. Okay, that's all from us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for team number 1. So before I give some comments and questions, I'd like to suggest for all of you, for all the participants, and for the next presenter, maybe better if only one presenter who will present the research, because it's only 10 minutes to present, and maybe it will be good for you, especially if you can strict on the time, strict on time. So okay, for the first article, for the first article, the title is The Role of Technological Readiness in Sharia Financial Technology Acceptance Among MSME and Empirical Integration Analysis TPB and Time Framework. Okay, I want to ask maybe around 3 questions regarding the article. The first one is, what do you mean with Sharia FinTech here? And what types of Sharia FinTech you mean in this study? Maybe you can directly answer, maybe from Hanif or from Mbak Fauzia or Mas, who else? Mas Rasih.
Can we compile all of the questions first and then discuss about it for a minute?
Because it's only 10 minutes, but it's only 10 minutes, so better
Okay.
answer question and answer directly. Maybe if
maybe Mas Hanif can answer.
Mas Hanif can answer or Mbak Fauzia can answer, just unmute your Zoom. Usually if 10-minute presentation, it's only 8 slides. So make sure in the next conference, maybe not in this conference, in other conference, you can shorten your PowerPoint, so it can be only 8 or maybe 10 slides. It's more than enough for 10-minute presentation. Okay, Mas Hanif.
I will answer. From me, Islamic FinTech refers to financial technology service and product that comply with Islamic law or Sharia. That's all. Itu Sharia is a legal system derived from Al-Quran and Hadith. These are the holy text of Islam and is encompasses a range of ethical and moral principles from financial technology.
Okay, and then what types of Sharia FinTech you mean here in the study? Types of Sharia FinTech here. Types, what's the kinds or types of the Sharia FinTech here? Because in your definition, it's a broad definition of Sharia FinTech, right? It's not limited only on the lending, not only limited on the access to finance.
Okay, the type of fintech in this research, the type is street lending, payment, and crowdfunding. From the yes, it is.
Okay, why I asked the questions is because there is no when I go through to your article, there is no definition on Sharia FinTech in your article. Why in the other side you raise the role of FinTech in your article, but there is no definition on it. So you need first of all define what do you mean with Sharia FinTech, and then what types of Sharia FinTech you want to address on your research. And then you said that Sharia FinTech you mean here is payment, lending, and what else? Payment, lending, transaction, crowdfunding. But in your questionnaires, there is no specific on it. There is no specific on the questions on, let's say, how often you use Sharia fintech payment in your daily routines. There is no article, there is no questions on it. So I think you need to specify more on that matters. And then based on the result, can you elaborate on the specific types of technological advancements that have the most significant impact on the Sharia adoptions amongst MSMEs? So basically what I want trying to ask is, what's the types of Sharia fintechs that is most significant on the adoption in MSMEs? What types of Sharia fintechs that has most significant or has most applied in MSMEs? Do you have any data on it?
Okay, for answering this question, we know that our research instrument doesn't address the type of the fintech of the Sharia fintech we use for the research instrument. So we assume that because we know that MSMEs usually use fintech such as Kris or payment transaction services. So for this result, for our result, our research or study result, we can assume that for the technological advancement or for the fintech that use MSMEs that give the significant effect to this hypothesis, we assume that MSMEs use fintech in terms of payment transaction or that related to their business transaction. Maybe, for example, like Kris or e-wallet, such as maybe if I can say the brand like GoPay or anything that for transaction. Maybe that's my answer.
Okay, so I think for further research, yeah, because it's your research is already done. For further research, maybe you can develop your research focuses on the payment or the daily transaction using Kris. I think it's more it's good, better than if you just assume that Sharia fintech here means these three things: payment, lending, and crowdfunding. Because your research here is, yeah, it's good, but it's not focused because there is no first definition. There is no specific of the types of the fintech. Yeah, and inshallah after this session, I'll give the detail of the some suggestion and the weaknesses of this article, and also the strength of your article. Thank you, Mas Raksih, Mbak Fauzia, and Mas Hanif. Okay. Next, I'll call the second presenter, which is, let me look at the rundown. Afrit Wibisono, Hermanto Siregar, Rifki Ismail, Nirbukita Ratnawati, ya, Ahmad Faizal Ismail. Revisiting Mudarabah Investment Account and Proposal for Improvement Case of Indonesia.
Okay. Okay. Can I start?
Yes.
Okay.
you can.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, praise to Allah, the MIT. And second, I would like to thank to the committee to allow me to present my research in this event. My research title is Revisiting Mudarabah Investment Account. I try to, can you view my presentation?
Yes, clear.
Okay,
Clear.
clearly, okay. Revisiting Mudarabah Investment Account and Proposal for Improvement, ya, case of Indonesia, ya. I believe that we are aware that during the lifetime of Prophet Muhammad, there is no such institution that we call it bank. The bank by meaning that intermediary institution, financial intermediary institution, but it also institution that can create money from nothing. So this is the commercial bank that we currently know. Yeah, but in the beginning of 20th centuries, there is a awakening of Islamic ideology that view the practice of the conventional bank as deemed as a part of ribawi. So there is effort from our scholar, Islamic scholar, to introduce what we call it now Islamic banking. So this is new animal actually in the spheres of financial institution. Yeah. Okay. The first model of the Islamic banking, as we know, is two-tier mudarabah. Yeah, two-tier mudarabah, meaning that the fund mobilization is using mudarabah as well as the extending fund to the public using mudarabah also. But it didn't work at that time. And then from practitioners, they come up with the improvisation, and they come up with the wadi'ah in which can protect the customer fund, and then from the active asset or the financing, they come up with murabahah, also can protect the principle of the mudarib, sorry. And then in 2020 and 2013, sorry, in Malaysia in particular, sorry, I changed my view so I can see the. Okay, in Malaysia in particular, mudarabah is only a tiny part of the fund mobilization. They use mostly on murabahah tawaruk. So there is no two-tier mudarabah that bring the spirit of Islamic finance, which is profit sharing. So the spirit of the conventional bank, which is risk transfer and risk shifting, it is still in Islamic banking business model. Yeah. Okay, so at the beginning, the Islamic scholar introduced mudarabah, but they were aware that originally mudarabah is not used for the financial business. So it is merely a collaboration between two parties, the sahibul mal and the trader. So the business also very simple, which is trading, and then the determination of capital also very simple. How much you pay and how much you get at the end of the business. And then from the difference between the capital that we paid at the beginning and the profit that we receive at the end of the business, we can share the profit, the balance, yeah, the profit. Yeah. And then the source of income is also from single activity, which is trading. And profit and loss determination, using tandit or liquidation at the end of the business, and the instrument is only profit sharing. While we know in the commercial banking, there are many sahibul mal or depositor that come and go to the bank, and then the capital value calculation, it is valued based on the time value of money. The source of income, we in banks, there are so many sources of income: lending, investment, and services. And the determination of profit and loss using the generally accepted accountants, and the instrument of the instrument to distribute the income is interest. Some issues that risk entitled in market and capital market. There is a difference risk profile in money market and capital market, where bank is in money market. Meanwhile, the capital market, apart from the sukuk, we also have the stock market there. But facing to these differences, the scholar, they try to adapt and to adapt the mudarabah to be fit into the commercial banking business model. They introduce mudarabah mushtarakah, whereby bank can do mudarabah with any customer, which is customer at the present and the future. And then we also introduce unrestricted investment account, whereby the capital, it is the contribution of capital, we calculate based on the daily average balance. And then since the bank, the commercial bank, the core business is lending and borrowing. So in our adaptation of mudarabah, we also only share from the financing revenue. And then to accommodate the profit loss and sharing, our course scholar introduced tandit hukmi or construction liquidation to determine the profit or loss of the business. And the instrument to be used is profit sharing and all weightage. In some country, they also use weightage instead of the profit sharing. And there are some issues in the adaptation of the Mudarabah, among others, is benchmarking and profit distribution management. So in this research, I try to investigate whether the practice of Mudarabah in our Islamic banking industry in Indonesia is in accordance and in compliance with the guidelines that set out by AOIV and BSN MUI. There are 4 main items that must be fulfilled by Islamic bank to be compatible with the AOIV and BSN standard. The first is the use of profit sharing ratio instead of interest, and whether or not Islamic banking recognize the time value of money. And then the second feature in the Mudarabah according to AOIV is according AOIV and Islamic legal maxim is gunmu bil gurmi, whereby everybody entitled to return where they exposed to the risk. And then to determine the profit and loss, we need to do the tandid hukmi. And then Mudarabah must be loss absorber instead of capital protection. Our finding, it is quite striking that our practical now we can say that it is not free from interest. For the illustration, in the chart I saw the placement of deposit, let's say in date 20, and then will be matured next month and 20 months, let's say in June. So the determination of the income for the depositor in this case, GER is the gross equivalent rate, the equivalent rate of the financing that earned by bank during current month. But the maturity of the deposit will be matured in next month. So what for the second part, in practical, bank will calculate the profit sharing for the depositor based on the GER for the previous month. So there's no profit sharing in this for the second part. Okay, and then the income smoothing, or in order to benchmark the interest rate, the return for the banking industry, which is conference banking. In my research from the 7 respondent bank, only 1 bank they didn't apply the profit acquisition reserve. 3 apply profit acquisition reserve or income smoothing using reserve, and the other 3 they don't use the reserve, so using the grant or hibah. And finding number 2, fulfillment agon mobil gurmi. All Islamic bank only distribute income from financing. They don't distribute income from fee-based income or from forex exchange, whereby in the Mudarabah concept, if we put as a Mudarabah, we mix the Mudarabah fund with the equity fund. So we are, as a Sahibul Mal, will be exposed to the risk of operational risk, market risk, and so on and so forth. So to my opinion, we are entitled to share the fee-based income or other bank income, since we are also facing the risk. The finding number 3, in our practice now the Mudarabah is recorded at historical value. If the bank incurred loss or profit, they will not affect our principal, because the bank do not apply the tandid or constructive liquidity. Yeah. And then contribution is calculated based on daily average balance. As I saw in in my previous example, for the depositor, we cannot use the average balance to determine the profit that entitled for the depositor, since the maturity only will be happen in the next month. Finding number 4, Mudarabah capital as loss absorber, it is totally not followed by the Islamic bank for the time being, because our deposit in any Islamic bank in Indonesia right now is being guaranteed either by government using LPS, but for settlement. But it is implicitly Islamic bank will not tell the customer that you are exposed to the risk of losing your money. Okay, so based on the deficiencies of the finding, I propose some measures to rectify the deviation. The first, how to purify ratio from free of interest or time value of money. So to do this, we have to treat Mudarabah not as a deposit, but we have to treat it as an investment in the form of sukuk. And then profit and loss calculation should follow generally accepted accounting. So for the time being in Indonesia in particular, profit is determined using cash basis and revenue sharing. So before we reduce it with the expenses. And then to fulfill legal maxim Agun Mobil Kurmi, I urge that Islamic Bank must share all the income that come from every business as long as the customer will be exposed to that risk. And then for the target implication, we have to implement the daily profit sharing. And then the tradable sukuk can be seen as a constructive form of tandid. So every day, every end of day, we can do some sort of tandid constructive, and then based on that book value, customer can trade the sukuk that they have with bank or other investor. And then mudarabah funds as loss absorber. In this case, in mudarabah, sahibul mal, they will not enjoy the benefit from the increase of the capital, value of the capital. So let's say the increase from and also they will not born from the loss from the decrease of the capital. The decrease of capital, let's say in the foreign exchange, if the capital is in foreign currency, so it is if there is an increase in exchange rate, so it will not be shared with the sahibul mal, sorry. As well as if the capital will reduce by provisioning of the PPAP, so they will not reduce the portion of the sahibul mal as well. And then the last but not least is the protection of the customer's interest. In this regard, even though that in mudarabah, the sahibul mal, they cannot interfere the management in managing their business, but there is opinion that we need to set up a board of observer representing sahibul mal, but not interfering the management. And then, of course, the system required the robust IT system that will be implemented to cater this system. As I mentioned before, that in mudarabah or in banking business, there are two type of profit. The first is operating profit without provision, and the second I differentiate with the provision. The provision, in my opinion, should be excluded the depreciation, since the depreciation is showing the capacity of the bank as a sahibul mal, as a mudarib. So it is part of the mudarib. So they have to absorb this cost by themselves. Meanwhile, the provision, it is only for the sahibul mal. So if you see in the table, if the additional profit and the formation of NPF will result positive, so the item that we share is net profit. But if there is a provision that cause negative for the mudarabah or for sahibul mal, so the result will not be shared among the two parties. If the operational profit, but the reserve is positive because the reverse of the PPAP, so we only need to share the profit from the operational. So it is because we have to protect the customer. And the second is that the mudarib, they will not entitle from the increase or decrease of the capital itself. So the conclusion is that based on my research, the implementation of the mudarabah in profit sharing investment account right now in Indonesia fail to meet the basic criteria of mudarabah contract. Mudarabah still can treat it as a debt and with the reward calculated using profit sharing ratio, but it is not matched between the use and the source of the fund itself. To rectify this, I come up with the proposal, what I call it quasi-equity model. And in addition to protect the customer interest, I suggest to set up a board of commission of observer that representative of investment account holder. To start with this kind of model, actually the bank no need to convert immediately all the business model into this kind of model, but it can be started with the introducing as a product, and from time OJK has to set up a target date whereby the Islamic bank must comply with the mudarabah as it is originally introduced. And then, it is worth to note that the implementation of the model requires paradigm shift of IB stakeholder. That the nature of IB's business, if you want to call it bank, it is more close to money, to capital market, not as a money market like what currently happen in the market. That's all. Thank you very much. Maybe there is an answer my question. I will be happy.
Okay, thank you, Pak Afrid, for very good presentation. But before I give some comments, I have to give one disclaimer that I'm not the expert on the pure qualitative research like Pak Afrid here. You have already done the very extensive qualitative research here on this study, and I'm sure that some of the literature refer to the research from Prof. Ahmad Kamil, yeah, and some of the thoughts from him.
Yeah.
Okay, before I give you some comments again, can you re-explain what do you mean with al-ghunmu bi il-ghurmi?
Al-ghunmu bil-ghurmi. So
Yes.
al-ghunmu bil-ghurmi is a legal maxim in the fiqh, so it is applicable to all transactions of Islamic, not necessarily only mudarabah. In murabahah, in salam, istisna, everything is al-ghunmu bil-ghurmi, means that anyone, everybody, only entitled for profit, whereby they are also exposed to the risk. So there's no profit without risk.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Alfred, for the answer. And then, for the finding that you have already present just now, do you have any supporting data on it to support the finding?
Yeah. Actually, in addition to the qualitative research, I also conduct the quantitative research, but due to the limitation of time and space, of course, I only put the qualitative research. So basically, most of the researcher until now, there's no qualitative research on the only view on the qualitative research, meaning that who search in the field how actually the practitioner conduct the profit sharing in mudarabah. Most of the research, they only deal with the outcome of the profit sharing. So they view that there is a parallel between interest of deposit and the revenue or the earning from bank, profitability from bank, from deposit. Yeah. So they view that it must be, there is a benchmarking. And to do the benchmarking, there is a profit acquisition reserve or income smoothing. So in the good time, bank will put aside the profit and that will be distributed to overcome the shortage at the bad time.
Okay, so you have already planned for your future research to include the quantitative
so this is the
research,
process.
right?
Yeah, quantitative is the outcome. So in this
quantitative is the outcome.
The outcome.
So
this is the process.
basically, this is the literature review of your maybe dissertation.
Yes, part of my thesis.
Oh, okay.
Part
That's
of my
why when I read your paper, it's it's not to the end of your research. It's still preliminary research, like a preliminary research, but it's very good because for when we go through the previous research on the quasi equity model, is still rare, right? Still rare. And my further question is, what do you plan to quantify the this qualitative research? How do you quantify?
Yeah, actually, the first test it is I evaluate the process. Yeah, the process. The one that I presented right now is the process how the bank carried on the mudarabah in practical. And then if we need to validate, actually there are many researchers that convince or the outcome, the result, yeah, that it is the implementation of mudarabah by Islamic bank is doubtful whether it is applicable, it is according to mudarabah or not. So if we can combine that two, so it is become the process we can validate, the outcome can be validated, and then we come up with the quasi equity model. Actually, there are other models that proposed by other researchers. So I think for the further research we can compare. This is maybe using ANP, analytical network process, to compare which of the model most suitable with the concept of the mudarabah itself.
Okay, but I think, in my opinion, in my opinion, if I'm not mistaken from your explanation just now, I think research on the first of all, quasi-equity model is rare research in this area.
Yeah.
And then maybe there is no research on the quasi-equity model, which is already
Quantified.
quantitatively
Yes,
analyzed.
correct.
Is it right?
Yes, correct.
So
Yes, correct.
I think this is the first, maybe the first research on the quantitative research on quasi-equity model. Is it right?
Yeah, yeah.
So if I can give you a suggestion, maybe you can do a simulation rather than you use ANP.
ANP, yeah.
Because if you use ENP, it will be not your research is not really new. There is just a little contribution, but if you use simulation IT system, you said in your research you use IT system, but I think it's very good. I also did the same things before.
I see. Yeah.
There is very little research on my research, and then I do the simulation, and it come up also with the I just want to prove that PLS Mudarabah is better than the others interest-based system and even markup-based system, Murabahah system.
Okay, thank you, sis, for the suggestion.
Maybe are you study in Kuala Lumpur or where?
No. I took my PhD degree in Trisakti.
Oh, Trisakti.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe you can ask or consult with the Department of IT, Department of Computer Science, to do the simulations.
Okay, thank you, sis.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can have a further discussion after this.
Yeah, sure. My pleasure. You have my number, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mas Rian my number. He gave my number.
Okay, thank you, Pak Afrid. I'll send all of my comments through the committee.
Most welcome,
Thank you.
sis. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, next presenter I'll call. Let me say first. Next presenter, who is the next presenter? Selvi Lukito Eki Arfian Firmansyah from Indonesian International Islamic University and University Brunei Darussalam, University Pajajaran, a bibliometric analysis of suku using FOSS viewer with publish or perish. Tamis is yours.
Okay, thank you,
Mbak Selvi. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay. Please wait. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you today? Hopefully you are always in a good health, and may Allah bless us all. First, I want to say thank you to Allah who give us the mercies and blessing until I can attend in this special occasion without any obstacles. And I want to express my gratitude to the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity that has been given. And then thank you very much for Ibu Diah Putriani. Thank you very much for your time. All right, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this is our research about a bibliometric analysis of sukuk using FOSS viewer with publish or perish. Actually, this is the collaborative research between me, Selvi Lukito from Faculty of Economic and Business, Indonesian International Islamic University, and Mr. Egi Arfian Firmansyah from University Brunei Darussalam and Universitas Pajajaran Bandung. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the objective of this research is to address the aforementioned deficiency through the implementations of a biometric examination of sukuk utilizing FOSS viewer. And then the utilization of sukuk financing is facilitating advancement of economic growth in Southeast Asia. Sukuk is an important part of free trade because it helps meet the growing and unusual economic needs. And then sukuk become important parts of a country and help it grow and improve. Why bibliometrics? Bibliometric analysis is a widely accepted and systematic approach to investigating and evaluating extensive quantities of science information. And then the utilizations of bibliometric approaches has become a growing area of interest in literature review across various business disciplines. And then bibliometric research offers distinct prospects to make a contribution to both theory and practice. The paper is structured as follows. The first one is introduction, which consists of background and research objective. And then the second one is a literature review, data and methodology, result discussion and implication. And the last one is conclusion, which is as well as a research limitation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, based on the data from International Islamic Financial Market, IIFM, in 2023, the global sukuk issuance stood 650,000 billion US dollar between 2012 until 2017. However, it rose to 14,000 billion US dollar from 2018 to 2022, reflecting one quarter increase 24.5%. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a global sukuk issuance. This data is extracted from IIFM 2023. As you can see here, from 2012 until 2015, there is a decreasing of global sukuk issuance. And after that, after 2015 until 2022, there is an increasing upward consistently year by year about the global sukuk issuance. And then this is the cumulative of outstanding sukuk from period one, which is from 2012 until 2017. The global sukuk issuance is stand for 1,778 billion US dollar, and then in period two, it stands for 3,368 billion US dollar. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the growth of sukuk has macroeconomic and fiscal implications. Yildirim et al. Found that sukuk market development and economic growth have a long-term co-integrated relationship. And then the topic of sukuk has garnered growing interest from both scholars and industry experts. This is the research method that we employ to our research. We are using Publish or Paris, Google Scholar, and False Viewer. And this is the result and implications. As you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, about the trend of sukuk from 2018 until 2022, it's upward consistently, year by year. And this is the result from False Viewer. This is a sukuk research network visualizations, which is in the cluster one in the red color. Sukuk has connection with cost wakaf link sukuk, and sukuk has connection with green sukuk, with COVID, with Nigeria, and so on and so forth. And then the next one, this is the total link strength between the sukuk and other terms. And study Indonesia and development is the highest total link strength in this study. And this is the sukuk overlay visualizations, which is if the color is brighter or the color is yellow, so it means that topic is the newest topic regarding the sukuk. So maybe it can be novelties for the future research. And then this is the sukuk density visualizations. As you can see here, the color, if the color is blurry, so this topic is lack of research in that area. And then this is the discussion, implication, and limitation. Based on the finding, Indonesia development and sukuk issuance as the center of the clusters. And then this finding have important implication. For number one, it shows that commitment of Indonesia in promoting Islamic finance knowledge. And then the second one, however, the government should intensify investment in education in order to focus on achieve high quality education and research output in Islamic finance. And future research could look into this area by examining the quality of knowledge and research output in Islamic finance. And the conclusion of this research is, based on the research, there has been a consistent and significant upward about the sukuk research between the years 2018 until 2022. And then sukuk study in Indonesia have a high density in the term of density. And then the most interesting things in this research is we can find some novelties for the future research. The first one about cost wakaf link sukuk. why CWLS? Because it's offering a unique intersection of Islamic finance and social responsibility. And then the next one is Green Sukuk, which is Green Sukuk can align with the SDGs by financing environmentally friendly projects. And then COVID-19, research can investigate the role of Sukuk to combat COVID-19. And then the last one, I have read some articles from Nigeria, with the title of The Potential of Sukuk for Financing Oil and Gas Sectors in Nigeria. And the last one, government role, which is this is the most crucial thing when for the Sukuk implementation in a country. So it can be for interesting research that focus on the government role. All right, that's all. Thank you very much, Ibu Dia and
Okay, thank you, Mbak Selvi, for the presentation. Okay, your research entitled as a bibliometric analysis of Sukuk using Foss fever with publish or Paris, right? So why do you choose only Google Scholar for the data source?
All right, thank you very much for the questions, Ibu Dia. Actually, because I'm very interesting to use Scopus data, but because I don't have the access on that, so maybe next I will try to with Scopus data, but for now, I'm using a Google Scholar database.
Oh, I see. So in your institution, there is no subscription on that?
For now, still don't have, but maybe next, Ibu Dia. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think you need to have a collaboration. It's Indonesia International Islamic University, international, right? So you need to ask your rector
Okay.
to
Okay, Ibu Dia.
subscribe because it's very critical for
Yes.
Scopus for all of you. I mean,
Yes.
students in UIII to
Okay.
publish on Scopus, and all of us needs to
Yeah.
access the Scopus articles, right?
Yeah, actually, Ibu Dia, we can access with the Scopus, but in Publish or Paris, it's limited only 250 articles. So I think it's better for now for me. So for using Google Scholar first, because if Google Scholars, we can access until 1,000 articles in Publish or Paris.
You get 900 something, right?
Yeah, 997 articles.
Okay. And then how do you ensure it, because you use Google Scholars, which has so many articles, but we to some extent when we refer to research on Google Scholars, some of the publication is not really good, right? So
Yeah.
how do you ensure that your research is already comprehensive, and how do you ensure the accuracy of the data sets using Google Scholars?
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Dia, for the questions. Actually, in in our research here, for choose which one is the best articles, there is the feature to choose which one is the journal, which one is the book, which one is the proceeding, which one is the others things. But in here, I choose one by one. That in here in this article, I make sure that it's only a journal. Actually, yeah, I don't have to make sure one by one which one is in the maybe the journal in Scopus 1, 2, 3, but in here I make sure that all of the articles is from the journal, from the research.
But have you already make sure that the journal is not a predatory journal?
Okay, from this, I just retrieve the data from the Publish or Paris. For that, I think it will be my homework for that.
Okay. So that's why after this you go to your rector and
Yeah,
then
okay.
you
Okay,
said
Bu.
from the conference it is suggested to subscribe
Okay.
Scopus. Yeah.
Okay, Bu. All right. Thank you, Ibu.
Okay. And then why do you think your research is has significant contribution? You use bibliometric, right? And when we look at the previous study on bibliometric, there are abundant of research on bibliometric, including in Islamic finance area, suku.
Mhm. Okay, why bibliometrics? I think bibliometrics is one of the powerful tools to found the novelties. So this research is focused on to capture sukuk in general, and then after that, the most important things is from the overlay density. We can capture which area or which topic that interesting for further research. So this research is actually is like a starting for other amazing research like this.
Okay,
Because we
inshallah,
can yeah.
amin.
All right.
This is your thesis or what?
No, we I just try to write in this area because bibliometric I think is interesting tools. Something like that.
Okay, I think it's good answer for this one. But if you use bibliometric, better you also mention it on your research contribution. I mean, you need to highlight why you use bibliometric on this research. Not only you highlight suku for your research.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then this study highlights a significant focus on Indonesia, right?
Yeah, because the
Only in
result.
Indonesia.
No, Ibu. It's based on the result from First Viewer, which is Indonesia is one of the first country in Google Scholar area that so many talking about so many research in Sukuk area.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
like that.
the next question is how do you address potential geographical issues or bias in your data sets? Because you basically you don't want to focus only in Indonesia, but almost of your data is from Indonesia.
From here, Ibu, because in published articles actually this is in globally. So because why Indonesia? Because this in this result, Indonesia is the highest density, the highest density in this this result. So that's why it cannot be like I'm not focused on Indonesia, but the result show that Indonesia is one of the countries that so many research in this area. The second one is Malaysia in cluster 3, if I'm not.
Yeah.
And then the third one is the interesting is Nigeria. Nigeria is Nigeria is
Africa.
appear. Yeah, Nigeria is appear in Google Scholar. So it means
how about in the middle country, Middle East country?
Yeah, I just focus. I just retrieve the data from published articles, and this is the result. I don't know yet if the in Middle East has research in this area. Maybe there is, but still lack of research in that in Middle East.
You know why?
In Google Scholar, maybe.
You know why you cannot find in the Middle East countries? Yeah, because you use only Google Scholar.
Yes, that's why maybe next I will I will broaden my research in Scopus data, and hopefully maybe next I have accesses and I can broaden this study.
The shortest way to get the data from Scopus and Web of Science, you can collaborate with students or lecturers who has access on it.
Okay. All right, Ibu.
And
All right.
Gajah Mada, one of them. You can collaborate with Hanif.
Okay, maybe next I can collaborate with UGM.
Yeah, inshallah.
Okay, but inshallah.
So here I give you some suggestion. The first of all, because you cannot access to Scopus, yeah. So that's my first suggestion, yeah. Include
Okay.
multiple data sets, database such as Scopus, Web of Science, in addition to Google Scholars.
Okay.
And then I think you need to have more qualitative insight into the interpretation of bibliometric analysis. And I think you need to provide more detail on the actionable recommendation for addressing the identified gaps and challenges. Okay,
Okay,
that's
thank
all from me.
Thank you very much,
Selfie.
Ibu.
It's good article.
Thank you, Ibu.
Yeah. Okay, next I'll call the fourth presenter. The fourth presenter is from Taskia University College. Yeah, Abdullah Haidar, Evania Herindar, Fauzia Khairiyati, Emilia Tortosa Ausina. Jambi University and Universitas Jamwe. Strategic Financial Planning within Sharia Context, a study of Indonesia's sandwich generation.
Okay, Miss, sorry for that. Before we start our presentation, so can we present both of us because we have prepared it, if you don't mind, but we pay attention of the time.
Okay. No, I mean, actually, I said just now is for your next conference. But if you have already prepared for all of you, then divide it.
Okay, thank you.
All of you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Honorable Mrs. Dia Putriani as our reviewer in today's agenda. Also, very big thanks for this opportunity so we can present our paper with the title Strategic Financial Planning Within Sharia Context, a Study of Indonesia's Sandwich Generations. Okay, next. Next. As we know that Java Islands becomes favorite for people who are looking for jobs. One of the reasons it is because the development is still concentrated over there. And according to survey of manufacturing industry in 2010 until 2015, about the comparison of workforce in Java Islands, it's reached 4 times more than outside of Java Islands. And surprisingly, the workforce in Java Islands reached 80% from the total workforce in Indonesia. Okay, next. Unfortunately, even though Indonesia has demographic bonus, but still a lot of people who are not yet prosperous. One of them is sandwich generations. In here, sandwich generations means that a group of people who have old parents and young children. So yeah, they have to take care of both of them. And then according to the population census in 2020, the comparison between workforce and the sandwich generation is 50-50. And yeah, become a part of the sandwich generation. So they have to prepare themselves to face unstable financial conditions. It means that they have to prepare for good financial planning. Okay, next. Actually, in this research, we are not talking about the financial planning as a commons, but specifically talking about Islamic financial planning. In here, we assume that having Islamic financial planning is a good choice for sandwich generations, even though a lot of sandwich generations prefer to spend their money for something unimportant. And here we can see that some of the financial challenges and financial literacy and risks that sandwich generation have to face. Next, okay. In here, for financial challenge consists of previous increased liabilities, financial preparedness, and financial disruptions. And also for financial literacy and risks consists of low Sharia financial literacy, behavioral risks, and also religiosity and financial decisions. Because of that problems and the background, so this research tend to investigate the intention for sandwich generations to have Islamic financial planning, although they have some of financial problem using a theory of plan behavior. Okay, next. So here's our literature review. We have 5 in here. The first is behavioral intentions. It is to ascertain the intentions to the sandwich generations in Indonesia regarding the Sharia personal financial planning, and then personal financial planning structures approach for planning expenditure, investment, and financing. And for the Sharia financial planning is managing finance according to the Sharia principles. And theory of plan behavior is adapted to assess behavioral components. And the last is intention and behavior, means that intention significantly impact and financial behavior. Okay, next. So here are hypotheses. There are 5 hypotheses in here. The first is attitudes influence the intentions, and the knowledge influence the intention. Also, the subjective norms influence the intentions. Financial self-efficacy influence the attention, and the last is religiosity influence the intentions to participate in Sharia financial planning. The next. This is our research methodology for sample itself. We use 196 respondents, comes from Java province, and the data collections, we conducted this research from March until April 2022 using Google Form, and then we analyzed the data using VLSAMs, and for the validity and reliability, we use 0.5 and 0.6. Okay.
Okay, thanks. Next, definition of operational variable. So in this research, we use 5 independent variables, consist of attitude, knowledge, subjective norm, financial self-efficacy, and religiosity. And for the dependent variable, we use intention to comply Sharia financial planning. Next, the result and discussion. This is the construct model of our research. And the results from this study consists of 5. The first is attitude, have a positive and insignificant influence on intention to comply with Sharia financial planning. And the second is knowledge has a positive and insignificant influence on intention to comply with Sharia financial planning. And the third is subjective norm have a positive and significant influence on the intention to comply with Sharia financial planning. And fourth, financial self-efficacy have a positive and significant influence on the intention to fulfill Sharia financial planning. And the last is religiosity has a positive and significant influence on the intention to fulfill Sharia financial planning. And this is discussion. First, attitude has positive and insignificant on Sharia financial planning intention. So from this generation, although this generation is express the enthusiasm and also the positive attitude, but the sandwich generation now have an obstacle in a limited income. And the second is knowledge as a positive and insignificant on Sharia financial planning intention. So in here, the level of financial knowledge of by the sandwich generation is assessed through their understanding on financial planning, and also make influence decision for the finance. But unfortunately, this generation also obstacle with the limited income. And the third is subjective norm have a positive and significant influence on Sharia financial planning attention. So this sandwich generation are receive more advice or suggestion from the closest family or friends. So this is will be influenced for the decision for the sandwich generation. And the fourth is financial efficacy have a positive and significant on Sharia financial planning attention. So the sandwich generation will have greater or big confidence in their ability to conduct Sharia financial planning when they have a financial self-efficacy. And the last is religiosity has a positive and significant on Sharia financial planning attention. So the sandwich generation who have highly religiosity, they will be implement belief into the financial decision and also adhering to Sharia financial planning. And the conclusion is attitude. The attitude towards Sharia financial planning does not significantly impact the intention to implement it among the sandwich generation, while the generation show positive attitude and enthusiasm for Sharia planning, financial planning. So it does not translate to a significant intention to act on it. And the second is knowledge. The understanding of Sharia financial planning does not influence this intention to implement, but this influence not significant is not statistically significant. So the sandwich generation financial knowledge plays a role in decision making, but does not become the key factor. And the third is subjective norm. Is that social influence or the subjective norm have a strong impact. Are likely to follow the advice and recommendation of their close friend or family. And the fourth is financial efficacy. The belief in one's ability to manage personal finance, known as the financial efficacy, significant affect the intention to adhere the Sharia financial planning. And the last is religiosity. Religiosity has a significant impact on the intention to practice Sharia financial planning. So when someone have a highly religiosity, they will implement their belief into the financial decision and also for Sharia financial planning. And then the findings in here from our research, the first is attitude and knowledge have positive but less impactful. And the second is subjective norm, financial self-efficacy, and religiosity has significant and influence on intention. So the implication from this research, the first is will become the one of the reference to increase the financial literacy and focus on social and psychological factors. And the second is for the policy recommendation is to strengthen the subjective norm, financial efficacy, and religiosity to promote the Sharia compliant financial behavior. And the last is recommendation for the future research is to make more variable and expand beyond Java. And the second is comprehensive framework that use holistic behavior finance model to understand the financial planning behaviors better. Okay, maybe that's all about our presentation. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Team 3. Mbak not Mbak Selfie, I forget. Mbak Evania, Mbak Fauzia. Is it right?
Yes, yes.
Evania and Fauzia. Okay, your title is Strategic Financial Planning Within Sharia Context, a Study of Indonesia's Sandwich Generation. It's very interesting, you know, sandwich generation. Okay, when I go through to your article, I don't find the number of the number sample you use in this research. How many sample do you use? You use survey, right?
Yes, by questionnaire. So I'm sorry before that because we forget to put the amount of the respondent. So in our research, we use 196.
196. So
Yeah.
almost 200, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And you use Google Forms.
Yes.
I want to know what's the profile of the respondent. How old are they? The age, the range of the age.
The range of the age is 20 until 56. In the
20
questionnaire.
after 56.
Yeah, until, yeah.
20 after 56.
Yeah, 20
Okay.
until 56.
Let me take a note first. 20 after 56. Okay, so the next question is what do you mean with sandwich generation here?
Okay, the definition of sandwich generations in this paper actually means that the group of people, they have old parents and also young children and another like siblings or something, so they have to take care of them. So yeah, it means that they have a lot of responsibility
Okay, so yeah, actually I know the concept of sandwich generation. Just but I want to make sure you used proper sample, because here the range age you use is 20 up to 56, which is some of them are already old enough, right?
Yes,
Already
yes.
56 is maybe some of them become grandpa and grandma already. 56, if with the assumption if they get married early 20, right? Early 20 or early, yeah, end of 19, 18, it's already become a grandpa. So how do you make sure that your respondent are are considered as sandwich generation, especially those who already in 40 above, 40, 45, 50, 50 something? How many percents of your respondents already at the age of 50 and above?
Okay, for the 55, okay, let me see. Let me check next in the
Okay.
respondent. The range of 50 until 56 is 6%, and then majority 20 until 30 is 63%.
63%.
Yeah,
And
for
then the rest is
what? Pardon?
the rest in which range of the age?
The range of 20 until 30 is 63%. So a
Yeah.
majority are respondents.
And then the rest, I mean the rest 30,
Oh, yeah. 30 until 40 is 13%. 40 until 50 is 18%. And the last is 50 until 56, 6%.
Okay. So this is my suggestion only, yeah.
Yes, yes.
So if I think it's better. I don't know when you distribute your sample, your questions, whether you limit the age or not.
Actually,
or anybody can fill the questionnaire.
Actually, the range of the age, especially for sandwich generations, according to literature review that we use, is 20 until 56. It's include baby boomers. Yes, Miss. Gitu. So actually, during we share our Google platforms, we use the range of the age. So 20 until 50, 50 is 56. So you can fill the Google form like that.
Okay, so if that the case, better first of all, please mention how many how many numbers of your respondents, and then mention also the range of the age of your respondents according to the standard of sandwich generation. But I think it's more interesting if the range of the age is between 20 up to 30, because they are very, updates to the social media, right?
Yes, I agree.
And then every burden of their life, they always share that they become a sandwich generation.
Yes. Yes, I agree, Miss.
And if I'm not mistaken, they don't want to be a sandwich generation. They want to enjoy their money themselves.
Yes, correct, Miss.
Right. Okay, so the next question is, in your opinion, and also maybe you can add to the to your article, is it good for us, especially who has good religiosity, become a sandwich generations? Do you agree or not? become a sandwich generations according to Islam lah? Is it follow Sharia principle?
Fuzia, perhaps you can answer that question.
I agree about the sandwich generation. Maybe will be more religiosity, because from the previous study and also from this research, the religiosity is have a positive and significant impact to influence them to use financial Sharia planning, because if someone have a highly religiosity, it will they will implement the beliefs into their life or their decision making, and also for the financial planning. So it's really helpful if we can to improve our religiosity by the program to increase our knowledge and also our religiosity for the sandwich generation.
So basically, you agree to be a part of sandwich generations.
Yeah, because I'm in the sandwich generation maybe right now.
No, why I'm asking this, because in our religion, Islam, we have actually we have obligatory to fulfill our parents, right? To fulfill
Yes,
our parents'
yes.
needs, and also to fulfill others' needs. If we have already Allah give rezeki, more rezeki for us, right?
Yeah,
So
yes.
You need to mention on the article that the sandwich generation is not a burden, but it is a
Obligation.
not obligation, anugrah. What's anugrah in English?
Blessing.
Miracle.
Blessings, yeah,
Blessing.
blessings.
Oh, yeah.
Because Allah is already give us more rezeki than others. So you need to mention, and you need to change the concept of sandwich generation. It is a blessing for us, right?
Okay. Yes.
We have obligatory, especially Abdullah, especially for a guy. All of guy here must be a sandwich generation. For Fauzia and Evania and also me is a sunnah only. Right?
Oh yes.
Yes, I agree.
If we help our parents, it is considered as sedekah, right?
Yes.
But for Abdullah, for your friend, it's obligatory.
Yes.
You need to mention on the research.
Okay, thank you,
Sorry, on
Miss.
your writings.
Thank you,
And
Miss,
then
for your research.
okay, and then in your research, in your findings, you just now mentions that good religiosity will cause sandwich generation believe financial decisions. What do you mean with believe financial decision here?
I think it's wrong ya. Financial intention. Islamic financial intention.
In the last PowerPoint, in the last PowerPoint, maybe you can share the PowerPoint. Last 12 if I'm not mistaken. Ya, somewhere lah. In findings, I think. Findings.
Oh.
What do you mean with believe financial decision?
This believe into their financial decision making.
Yeah, that's part.
Yes, it means that the sandwich generation that who have highly religiosity, they will implement the religious beliefs into their financial decision. So maybe if the sandwich generation is Muslim, so they will implement the religious belief into their financial decision exactly in Sharia financial system for the Muslim sandwich generation.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mbak Evania, Mbak Fauzia, and Mas Brother Abdullah for very good presentations, and good luck for your future.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you
the
so much.
next, okay, the next is number 5. Fifth presenter is Ririn Riani Ihsan Ikhwan Slamet Rusdiana from Taskia Institute, International Islamic University of Malaysia, Smart Consulting Indonesia, will present evaluating Islamic bank efficiency and productivity in ASEAN. Does technological advancement play a role? Ya, Mbak Ririn, Mas Ihsanul, you can start.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, I would like to thank you to the organizer and everyone present here for the opportunity to share our research today. My name is Ririn Riani. I'm from Taskia Institute, and then my partner Ihsanul Ikhwan from IIUM, and I'm Slamet Rusdiana from Sakarya University. Okay, today I will be presenting our research titled Evaluating Islamic Bank Efficiency and Productivity in ASEAN, Does Technological Advancement Play a Role? Okay, so without further ado, let's begin with the background of the study. Okay, next. Okay. The bank, as we know, have significant role in facilitating the circulations of funds to various economic sector, particularly the real sector, through capital and productive financings. Banking is an evaluable instrument for integrating development and promoting economic prosperity, including Islamic banking with their Sharia instrument. And then Islamic banking has been growing rapidly in the ASEAN region. According to the Islamic Finance Development Report 2022, global Islamic finance assets increased by 14% to $2.88 trillion US, with the Southeast Asia reaching about the $685 US in 2021. Islamic banking account for the 69% of total asset. And then Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei were placed first, third, and 11th in the global Islamic finance ranking, respectively. So the establishment of the ASEAN Economic Community has sparked intense competitions in the financial sector, particularly in the realm of Islamic banking. Undoubtedly, the presence of efficient Islamic bank contribute to the competitiveness and resilience in the financial system, enabling them to withstand adverse shocks. So in time of economic uncertainty, like today, competitive banks will aid developing nations and hasten economic recovery. Therefore, bank efficiency and productivity will determine how sustainable its growth will be. Okay, next. So the objective of the study is to provide insight into the efficiency and productivity of Islamic banking throughout the ASEAN region. And then we emphasize the differences and analyze the potential origin of inefficiency. And then the last, in the second stage, we identifying the key factor that may impact the level of efficiency. Okay, next. Currently, the 526 Islamic banks operate globally with significant expansions in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei Darussalam. And ASEAN is expected to see substantial growth in Islamic finance, with Malaysia leading and Indonesia aggressively promoting Islamic banking. And today, the pandemic has affected sales and cash flow in the real sector, altering banking behavior preferences and reducing demand for loans due to the increased cautions regarding default. So despite the challenge, Islamic banks saw resilience, drawing academic attention for their performance during economic downturn. There have been numerous studies have evaluated the efficiency and productivity of Islamic banking, and they often focusing on individual nations, conducted by Abdul Majid, Aisyah, Otapia, etc. And then there are adopts a broader cross-country perspective, like done by Rodoni. And over the past 2 decades, interest has grown in studying productivity changes in financial intermediaries, employing the Monquist Index approach, which is using their best to measure changes in technical efficiency and technological changes. Okay, next. So the research method, the first is data that we use in the study include the estimations of 33 Islamic banks that are operating in the 5 ASEAN countries, namely Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, Philippines, and Thailand, between the years 2015 until 2022. And then the variable that we use, the first is output variable, namely total financing and operating revenues. And then for input variable, we use fixed asset, labor cost, and third-party funds. And then the kind of research that we employ in the study was referred to a quantitative approach. The first is data envelopment analysis, utilized initially in order to determine how efficient Islamic bank, and then Monquist productivity index was developed to estimate the total factor productivity changes index. And then in the second stage, we use Tobit regressions to investigate the potential influence of external shocks using capital adequacy ratio, non-performing financing, financial performance, financing to deposit ratio, together with the macroeconomics variable such as GDP, inflation, and then demi-COVID period. Okay, next. So here are the results and analysis. The first is their result. So an efficiency score ranging from 0 to 1. The score of 1, it means the bank manage its input and output effectively, and then score below 1 suggests inefficiency in managing this variable. So according to the data shown in the table, it is evident that Maybank Islamic Berhad is the sole DMU that achieves the highest level of efficiency. Because during an 8 years observation period, Maybank Islamic Bank Berhad consistently maintained a score of 1. And then followed by Bank Syariah Mandiri achieves the second highest score in terms of efficiency with an average of 0.96, and then subsequently Bank BPD Nusa Tenggara Barat Syariah and Bank BRI Syariah follow closely with score of 0.87 each. And then the Islamic Bank of Thailand received the lowest average score of 0.35, while BCA Syariah follow precisely with a score of 0.35. Okay, next. And then this is the efficiency trend from each nations. This figure revealed that fluctuations in the efficiency score happen in the ASEAN Islamic Bank. And then the efficiency value of the ASEAN Islamic Banking Industry Score ranges within the 0.6, with the lowest efficiency observed in 2020, along with the onset of the COVID pandemic across these countries. Nevertheless, there was a substantial increase in the average efficiency score between the years of 2021 and 2022, reaching 0.79 and 0.83 respectively. And then this is the potential improvement. So the data analysis, identify the needed improvement to achieve optimal efficiency. And the variable we use to determine this is by comparing the potential improvement from the previous years with the most recent data, and then the expected value are then compared to current values in the study. So in ASEAN Islamic banking, the total financing and operating revenue are the main cause of inefficiency as indicated by their high percentage contributions. And this shows that financing and revenue performance need improvement. So according to the potential improvement analysis in the figure, the total financing is the main inefficiency contributions in ASEAN except for Malaysia. In Malaysia, inefficiency mainly comes from input variable like labor cost and fixed asset. This suggests that while Malaysia's output performance is good, strategies are needed to reduce input costs. Okay, next. Okay, so this is the MOM-Quiz productivity index result. The productivity change can be analyzed using efficiency change and technical changes index. This approach helps to understand the factor influencing productivity variations. And then the pure efficiency change and scale efficiency change index identify the component affecting the efficiency change. These changes are reflective the total factor productivity changes number. So if the total productivity change below 1, that means the productivity has decreased gitu ya. And then if the number is equal to 1, the productivity remains unchanged. And then if the number is above 1, the productivity is increased. So the effect of various level of productivity are outlined in the table above, which is based on annual average. And then the most significant increase in productivity happened in 2018 and 2019, also by the total productivity changes value of 1.575. And then we found that in the meantime, there was a significant drop in productivity in the 2019 and 2020, with the total factor productivity change value of 0.731. And the main source that influenced the decline in productivity during that period was the low changes in technological changes. It's made by the impact of COVID-19 on the financial performance of the Islamic banking sector in ASEAN. And then it can be seen that during the overall period from 2015 until 2022, Islamic Bank in ASEAN experienced an increase in productivity with the acquisitions of total productivity changes value of 1.219, which means that on average, Islamic Bank in ASEAN increased its performance in the field of bank productivity. This indicates that the rise in productivity of ASEAN Islamic Bank has been contributed by the high level of innovations or technological changes, which is contribute with about 1.469, while the value of efficiency change contribute 0.831, lower than the technical changes. So this result indicate that the technical aspect, such as technological and digitalizations, playing an important role through the Islamic Bank performance. Okay, next. Okay, so the study also categorized the Islamic banking in ASEAN into 4 quadrants based on the MPI productivity and their efficiency score following Kumar research. So an average productivity value of 1.219 and the average efficiency value of the 0.68 are established. Banks score higher than this average are considered most productive and efficient. And then quadrants are defined based on this average, with quadrant 1 representing high productions and efficiency, and then quadrant 2 showing high productivity but low efficiency, quadrant 3 indicating low productivity but high efficiency, and then quadrant 4 representing low productivity and efficiency. And we found, even examining the table, it is clear that a significant number of ASEAN Islamic Bank fall into quadrant 1 and quadrant 4. On average, the ASEAN Islamic Bank are improving their productivity, influencing by technological advancement over the years. Okay, next. Okay, the analysis then extended to identify which factor that may influence the efficiency level using the Tobit regression model. And then the result depict that only FDR is significant influencing the efficiency score. The result illustrate that only FDR significantly affect the efficiency score in terms of financial ratios. And then it was found that CAR and ROA have a positive effect, while NVF has a negative effect but has no significant relationships with the efficiency of Islamic bank in ASEAN. And there's also found that GDP and dummy variable have a significant affected on bank efficiency, while the inflation's variable failed to explain the efficiency achievement. So for the first variable, FDR, is a ratio to assess the quality of a bank's liquidity and its intermediation performance. The higher FDR represents the better bank's performance in terms of its intermediation functions. And the regulator has promptly addressed the necessities of banking industry. Furthermore, it is observed that the GDP has a significant positive relationship with bank efficiency. As economic and societies gain wealth, the demand for financial services increase. It is argued that the maintenance of robust economic development has dual benefits. Firstly, it enables countries to better endure crisis and pandemic. Secondly, it enhances the efficiency and performance of the Islamic banking. And then by using the dummy variable, we are able to further examine the impact of COVID-19 on ASEAN banking sector. The results suggest that Islamic bank in ASEAN region experienced a growth in banking performance during the COVID period. Okay, next. Okay, so this is the last chapter, conclusion and recommendations. So the efficiency score in the ASEAN Islamic banking industry range from 0.6 with lowest efficiency seen in 2020, which occurred in the emergence of the COVID pandemic. And however, a substantial improvement in the mean efficiency score was observed from 2021 to 2022. And then from the Monquist index score suggests that the overall productivity of Islamic bank has grown as indicated by the score of 1.219. And then for the recommendations, Islamic bank is advised to participate in shifting strategies, especially on technology and digitalizations, to maintain banking stability and health. So this can be done by creating a grand design for the stage of digitalization's development so that it is able to meet consumer needs and maintain income ratio. And then for the practitioner include to boosting the level of quality of human research in Islamic financial institutions and embracing technological advancement in banking product in order to provide client with an expanded set of options. And the recommendations for academic include continuing to update information and data on Islamic banking productivity by adding other banks or expanding the research scope to include countries beyond ASEAN or other areas. Okay, maybe that's all from us. Thank you. I will get back to the discussions.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Ririn, for present your paper. First of all, I like to congratulate for your very good research. But here I want to address some point here. You use data case study of Islamic banks in ASEAN, right? So how many
Yes.
banks here?
33.
33. Okay,
Yeah.
here you need to mention 33 Islamic banks in the methodology. And then which country you get the data?
Yes. Actually, we already done to state there. Yeah. 33 from 5 region: Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, Philippines, and Thailand.
Okay. So here, because when we refer to ASEAN, there are 10 countries. So you need to mention specific country of the what do you mean with ASEAN here? And then you use data range from 2015 to 2020, right? Okay. And then regarding the variable you use, so one of the variable you use is GDP, right? And the definition of the GDP here is GDP growth, right? GDP growth. Which growth? I mean, you mean here GDP growth of real GDP or GDP growth of nominal GDP?
I think we use the real growth.
Real GDP growth, not nominal.
Real GDP growth. Yep.
Are you sure? You need to mention
me
here
check first.
because it's
Okay.
one of the main variable, right? Main independent variable. Because you use your title is evaluating in Islamic bank efficiency and productivity in ASEAN. Make sure you use real GDP or nominal GDP, because it will affect to your analysis. Once you retrieve the data, then your analysis is not robust here.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Yes,
Miss?
yes, Mas Iksan.
Yeah. Actually, the GDP variable we use in this study is not is one of the topic variable, is one of the independent variable, but not the main variable in measuring efficiency and productivity. So in evaluating efficiency and productivity, we only use the input and output variable. So it doesn't need any independent variable such. Then this GDP variable is additional variable, not for measuring, not for evaluating the efficiency and productivity, but to see the other aspect that can affect the efficiency achievement. But we will make sure that is that a GDP, real GDP or nominal GDP.
Yeah, I know that GDP is not the key variable to measure the efficiency, but here you use regression topic regression, right? So you regress GDP and then inflation and other variable CAR, NPF, ROA, FDR, right? So it will affect to your regression result. This is very also important because you include GDP, every variable that you include in your research, you have to responsible on that, because when you use nominal GDP or when you use GDP growth here, it's wrong actually. You need to use real GDP. Even you use nominal GDP, nominal, not real, not nominal GDP growth, but you use nominal GDP only, it's wrong. Why? Because nominal GDP already include the inflation, but real GDP, it's exclude the inflations. So make sure that you, before you publish to Al-Muzara'ah, better you do re-regression again and change your GDP growth here to real GDP.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure you use only two countries, right? Indonesia and Malaysia. Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei.
Brunei, Philippines, and Thailand.
Indonesia, Malaysia, 5 countries. Indonesia, Brunei, Philippines, Thailand. I'm sure that in every Bureau of Statistics (BPS) in each country, they provide GDP, real GDP. If you don't get the real GDP, then you need to calculate real GDP. You find CPI, Consumer Price Index, and then you find GDP deflator, and then you need to have also nominal GDP, and then after that you can calculate real GDP. Yeah, and then for inflation, you can put it after you change GDP growth here to real GDP. Okay, last few weeks ago, one of my students also defends on the topic that include GDP growth. Yeah, and the examiner asked him to re-regress, only
Okay.
because of GDP growth. Okay, and then can you elaborate on the specific types of technological advancements that have the most significant impact on the efficiency and productivity of Islamic banks?
Okay, so from this study, we found that the technical changes or technological changes remain are the more contributions to the total productivity changes. So
what do
as
you mean by
we
technological changes here?
Okay, so the technical changes refers to changes in technology or productions method over time that enable firm or industry to produce more output from the same level of input or the same output with fewer inputs. So it capture advancement in knowledge, technology, process, or organizational practice that lead to change in productivity levels.
Is it use index or what for the
No.
variable?
No.
Oh, you use
It still use the input and output variable the same like the data analysis.
Oh, okay,
But in
okay.
the MOM quiz
Get it.
productivity index, it can measure the technical changes.
I think it's better also if you highlight which types of technological advancement specific maybe in your calculation there is no specification of technological changes, but maybe you can refer to the facts or to the previous study on the specific types of technological advancement that can improve the bank efficiency and productivity. Okay. Okay, thank you Mbak Ririn and Mas Ihsanul Ikhwan for very great research. But please change the variable of real
GDP.
Yeah, GDP growth.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very
Okay,
much,
thank
Miss,
you.
for
Okay,
your
thank you
input
very
and
much,
suggestion.
Ms. Dia, for the valuable insight.
Okay, so I think the time is up and I return to the MC, Mbak Fitriatustani. Thank you for all of the participants here and presenter. Congratulations for all of your very good work and keep writing. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain, amma ba'd. Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. The honorable all participants here, we have Dr. Ninta, Dr. Muhammad Irwan, Brother Kevin Rafif, Sister Aisyah Putriana, Dr. Fatia Khan, Brother Fajrul Falah, Brother Abdul Haris, Sister Penny, Sister Adinda, Sister Dita, and Brother Muhammad Rafi. And also the committee here, we have Miss Rafika. Please allow me introduce myself. My name is Kurainia. I am honored to be the discussant for this parallel session too. We are going to have presentations, and inshallah after each presentation I will give some questions and also some feedbacks to the article. Before we start, I would like to read the rules here. Each presenter, as you know already, is given 10 minutes maximum for the presentation. And after you finish the presentation, I will give some comments and also questions if there is some questions. And then we are going to have 5 presentations in this parallel session. Hopefully all the presenters are on time, maximum to present their paper in 10 minutes. Without any further ado, in order to invite the blessings from Allah, let us start our session today by reciting Quran Surat Al-Fatihah. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin arrahmanirrahim maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in ihdinas siratal mustaqim siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Okay, without wasting any more time, I will give the first presenter to Dr. Rininta Nurahmi to present your paper with the title The Nexus Between Income Inequality and Environmental Degradation in ASEAN 6 Countries During 1992 to 2015 from Islamic Perspective. Dr. Rininta our team with Prof. Jarita, Dr. Irwan, and also Dr. Rafia Afros. To Dr. Rininta, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Dr. Kuralinia. So I will share my slide. So can you see it right now?
Yes.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So the topic that I'm going to present is collaboration with my supervisor. This is related to the income inequalities and environmental degradation in ASEAN countries. So this is discussion flow that I'm going to discuss. These are 5 chapters or 5 sections. So what is the background that I am going to examine on this one? Why I choose 6 countries only in ASEAN? Because I see that within the period of 1992 until 2015, there are issues of high income inequalities in these 6 countries and also high environmental degradation. So what can be a relationship between high income inequalities and environmental degradation? As stated in this slide, we can see that each countries, they have issues like Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, and Thailand, and also Singapore. Although they have different revenues or level of income, but they have issues in high income inequalities, which is above 0.4 according to Gini coefficients. As we see that the issues of high income inequalities, where the poor become poorer and the rich become richer, where the low income household, they have to live in slum areas, which is can cause or threaten the environmental degradation or environmental qualities. And meanwhile, the rich, they already polluted environment, but somehow they are less responsible and they have options to move to other places which has better environmental qualities. So these cases also happen in Singapore during the hot weather, where the low income household, they have to face like consuming more water because the hot season. Meanwhile, the high income household, they can consume more like air conditioner. This impact can jeopardize or threaten this environmental sustainabilities, where these generators produced by electricities which come from the environment. And as we know that although these countries, like certain countries, they have minority Muslim countries, but we see that Indonesia and Malaysia, the population is more to Islam or Muslim countries. We see that 60% of Muslim countries located in ASEAN countries or Southeast Asia. So why not we implement the Islamic instrument? And as we see that the SDGs that will end on 2030, somehow we cannot see any progress. The pollutions become high and also income inequality is also high. And if we can implement the Islamic instrument, it also going to be beneficial, although these certain countries is not a Muslim majority countries. And the objective of this paper, and also there's additionals where the ASEANs also they have a blueprint. They plan to achieve the sustainable ASEAN or health ASEAN countries and better environment in 2025. So the objective of these papers, we want to examine what is the relationship or the nexus between income inequalities and environmental degradation, and investigate others relationship or other variables such as GDP growth, population density, and energy consumption. As we know from the previous studies, if these three variables increase, it also can endanger the environmental qualities in the short and long run. So based on the existing studies, I see that there is a strong association between income inequalities and environmental degradation. And also based on previous studies in ASEAN countries in particularly, where high income gap can lead to more greater environmental degradation. And as we know that EKC also applied in examine the income inequalities and environmental degradation, although the previous studies is more to economic growth and environmental degradation, but there are certain studies who include the income inequalities to measure whether the EKC theories exist in the studies. And we see that population density has impact on environmental degradation, where more populated countries or high population densities can endanger the environmental qualities, where more people will consume more natural resources. As we know that certain cases also, if we have a poorer area or rural areas, the people will rely on natural resources for the daily needs like cutting trees, or they will need woods for the cooking. And meanwhile, the high income families, they rely on technology, which is somehow can produce more pollutions. Okay. And yeah, so the more CO2 emission being produced as also result in increase of air pollution and environmental qualities being threatened. So from the Islamic perspective, as we know that there are many surahs that mention about maintaining environmental qualities and overcome high income inequalities. In Surah Al-Maidah, as a human being, we are not only live in this world for consuming and also for living only, but we also live for the hereafters and also for Jannah. As human being also, we also think about others like human, they also need to live in a good environment. So we have to maintain the good environment and help them to overcome the issues of air pollution and environmental degradation. Meanwhile, for overcome high income inequalities, also many surah ask us to pay zakat or give donation, sadaqah. So there are many surah from An-Nur, Arum, Adariyah, and Al-Marj, and also avoid riba, because riba is like transferring money from the rich, transferring money from the poor to the rich. So it can impact the poor become poorer. So, and also as a human or as a Muslim in this world, we also have to work and make money in order also we can give sadaqah and pay zakat to others. So eventually this action can overcome high income inequalities. So from here, I'm going to regress data, and then after that, the result, I'm going to see it from the Islamic perspective. So the methodology I'm using is a small panel data in 6 countries. So I'm using LSDVC, a bias corrected LSDVC. So, and also going to use like levels, we can see what is the impact of environmental degradation in another 1 year. And this is the model. So this is for the short run, and this is for the long run. So this is the lag to measure the long run. So this is the independent variables. So I'm using interaction terms, and this is the dependent variable. So dependent variables, I'm using a CO2 and natural resources depletion. And the result, as I see that overview from ASEAN countries, with industrialization, trading, and everything, CO2 become high. So prediction from the Asian State Environment Report, it will increase 61% from 2014 and 2015, as we see that Islamic instrument is possible also to overcome the high income inequalities, because we see that ASEAN mostly, 61% is 64% from ASEAN countries is Muslim. And also Thailand, although it's minority population, however, they can develop a halal sector industry that can increase their revenue. And the results showing that there is a relationship where the high income gap can lead to strong CO2 or air pollution, and the AKC is not exist. And also we can see that more energy consumption can increase the environmental degradation. So there is a relationship on this one. So we are aware that high income inequalities can lead to more environmental degradation in the short and long term from ASEAN countries. So what is the Islamic perspective from this one? So to overcome a high income inequalities, we can use zakat contribution because Muslim is majority, so it's very potential for us to collect more zakat. It's already done before, and then crowdfunding. So there are equity crowdfunding who already mentioned or stated that equity crowdfunding from ethnic group can provide infrastructures in rural areas and reduce environment. We also have like a Waka forest already stated in or already established in Bogor, West Java, and Sukuk investment is already issued in 2017. Our position is to inform that information is provided. This is the conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sister Riminta, for the presentation. It's precise and also on time. You come to the conclusion and recommendation just in time. So one question from me.
Yeah.
For those countries with Muslim minority, how do you think zakat and also wakaf and also green sukuk investment can be the solution of these high income inequality issues?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kuro. So what they are needed is evidence, because as we know that United Nations, this is a conventional organization, but they approaching the Islamic finance to get funding. So the purpose is to get fund, and also like if they have issues to get revenues, or maybe they have low GDP. So if you can introduce that zakat can be a solution, or crowdfunding, they may be interested, as we know that Thailand, although it's minority countries, but when they are introduced with halal food, they get income from that one, so they can develop the halal industry and export it to the OIC countries. So the more important is we introduce it and we provide evidence that it can increase the revenues of the countries. Yes.
All right. So I think for questions from my side is only one. Let me share the feedbacks, comments that might be can be the inputs for the improvement of your study. Can you please stop share screen and I will share my feedbacks. So in general, when I read your article, the article has good quality and well written. I enjoy reading your article, and the topic is up to date because as we know, we are coming to the era of achieving the SDGs, and this can be, your article can be one of the solution that you provide, from the academic perspective. However, there are some inputs that if you include in your article, inshallah, it makes your article have a even more good or better quality. The first one regarding the novelty and also the research gap, I think it should be clearly explained, explicitly explained in your study. So when we read your article, so we know that, oh, this one is the novelty of your article. So I think you should be more highlighted on that part. And then the second one, can you explain why you choose only the period of observation from 1992 to 2015 and not the 2016 onward? Because the 2015 is already like almost 10 years ago. Can you please make some adjustment on or reason behind that time period of observation? Can you please explain?
Okay, because during this time, ASEAN countries, they have high income inequalities. When I see the data, only during this time, so afterward 2016, the income inequalities decreased, not too high, because as we know that if its Gini coefficient is 0.4 until 0.5, is meaning that they have a high income inequality. So I see that during this period, so these 6 countries, they have issues of high income inequalities and also issues of environmental degradation. As we know that cases of fires, forests in Indonesia that cause air pollution to other Asian countries that also occurred during this time, 1996 and 1997 also. Yeah, that's why I'm taking this period.
All right. Maybe you should add the reason why you choose this period of observation. And then the next one is I read in your slide, you also refer to 2023 article, but I didn't find in your original article. So I think you need to update the latest study to support your arguments. So although the time period of your observation is 20 years, 1992 to 2015, but it is supported by the latest references. And also, to me, there is one suggestion for the future research to develop your study is to include zakat, wakaf, and Islamic financial instruments inside the model, if that's possible.
Okay.
I think that's all from me. Thank you very much, Sister Rininta, Dr. Irwan. Let's give online applause.
Thank you,
Dr. Irwan, do you want to add something?
No. Thank you very much for the comments. I think they are very useful.
Okay,
Inshallah.
thank you very much, everyone, for coming.
No problem.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Rininta, Dr. Irwan, for the presentation and also the answers. Very great. So we move on to the next presenter, the second one. We have article with the title Digital Transparency and Consumer Awareness, Digital Platforms for Educating Consumers About Products Origin and Sustainability, which will be presented by Brother Kevin Rafif by Katolegenov. Sorry if I wrongly pronounce your name. Muhammad Rafi, Rafida Herawati, Asaduddin Abdullah, and Linda Karunasari from IPB University and University of Glasgow. So to all brothers and sisters that become the authors of this article, the time is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for your time. So Kevin, if you could share the slides, please. Okay, good. So today we are excited to talk about how actual digital transparency can help us where products come from and how they are made. So as we know, products often travel through so many countries and pass through so many hands before they reach us. This makes us really hard for us to know what is the true story behind what we buy. So we want to make choices that are good for the planet and for the people who make our products. But it is tough when we can't see the entire picture. But thanks to technology, we have new ways to tackle this problem. Smartphones and the internet can give us access to a lot of information about where and how products are made. This is a big step forward because it allows us to make choices that match our values, like supporting fair working environments or environmental care, etc. However, we still need to learn more about how well these digital tools work and how they should be designed, and in particular, their impact. It's important that the information in those tools are clear, true, and easy to understand. We need to make sure that these platforms help users learn important things without making them feel overwhelmed by too much information. So also sustainability means different things, like caring for the environment, treating people fairly, supporting local communities, etc. So a good digital platform should cover all these areas in a way that's helpful and not confusing. So as a result, so our world gets more complex and we face big challenges like climate change, and we really need these digital tools to help us make better choices. So there are a lot of more to learn about how these tools can work best, and this knowledge can guide us how we build this platform in the future. So my colleague Kevin will elaborate on the literature review further. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next one is the literature review. I'll briefly cover our literature review on digital transparency, organized into 5 key areas. The first one is the modern consumers' demand for transparency. Consumers now expect brands to be transparent about their products' origins and sustainability, influencing their buying decisions. The second one is the digital platforms as facilitators. Technologies like blockchain and QR codes help meet these expectations by providing traceability and detailed product information. The third one is information overload and credibility challenges. Too much information can overwhelm consumers, making credibility crucial. Ensuring accurate and reliable data is essential to maintain trust. The fourth is impact on consumer behavior. Transparent information influences sustainable consumer behavior, although there is often a gap between their values and actual purchases. The fifth is broader implications for businesses and policy. For businesses, transparency builds reputations and loyalty, while policymakers need to set standards for accuracy. Collaboration is key for a transparent market. And on to the next one with my colleague, Rafida Herawati.
Okay, next about the methodology. This research investigates the relationship between digital transparency, consumer awareness, and the role of digital platform in educating about product origins and sustainability. Utilizing secondary data analysis, it efficiently leveraged existing literature. The study reanalyzed previously collected data, making it suitable for addressing complex research questions, and data is sourced from academic articles on GStore and Google Scholar, industry reports, and white papers on digital transparency and sustainability. Sources are selected based on relevance, recency, and credibility, including both recent and foundational texts. Only reportable peer-reviewed sources are used, following guidelines from Todd et al., including publication from the United Nations and World Economic Forum. Thematic analysis and comparative analysis are used to identify and refine key themes from the data, ensuring a comprehensive understanding of different perspectives on digital transparency, and ethical practice are followed by accurately attributing source and respecting intellectual property. By utilizing secondary data analysis, this research aims to enhance understanding of digital transparency and consumer awareness, identifying gaps for the future study. And next, on to my next college.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything from the presenters.
Okay, can you now hear me?
Yes, yes, brother.
Okay, thank you. So sorry. Okay, so I will start again. The impact of digital platform on modern commerce is reshaping consumer brand interaction and trust. Blockchain technology, initially linked to cryptocurrencies, is becoming a vital part of transparency efforts. Brands like De Beers use blockchain to verify the diamond origins. So this transparency significantly impact on consumer trust, as seen in studies by Mintel, highlighting the importance of ethical sourcing and sustainability. However, challenge include data security concerns and the difficulties small to medium enterprises face in adopting this platform. So the rise of consumerism has led to a demand for information about products made by tools like QR code readers and brand apps. Still, there's a gap between awareness and action, emphasizing the need for platform to facilitate informed decision making. To achieve holistic information, collaboration among brands, tech provider, and policymaker is crucial. This collaborative approach, as proposed by Porter and Kramer, can address challenge and create economic and social value. So the fusion of digital platform and transparency is a lasting shift in consumer brand relationship. Brands that effectively use this platform align with the value of an increasingly conscious global consumer base. Okay, now I will hand over the session to Dr. Please.
Thank you very much. So basically, in conclusion, our research highlights how these platforms can help consumers understand where and how products are made, which is crucial for making ethical and sustainable purchasing decisions. So our findings also confirm that this digital transparency significantly boosts customer trust and helping them to build strong relationship between the brands and their customers. So also these effective digital platforms can help us to bridge the gap between the consumer intentions and their actual buying behavior. So as a result, since we face these global environmental and social challenges, the role of informed decision-making through digital transparency is more critical than ever. So it's not just about adopting new technologies, but making them part of a broader strategy to engage and educate customers, ensuring a sustainable future for everyone. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the presenters. So all the authors present the paper. It's interesting. One question from me. The authors mention digital platforms for educating consumers. I wonder if is there any existing digital platforms that you are talking about, or this one is just like your recommendation or solution for this digital transparency and consumer awareness? Is there any like existing digital platforms that you are talking just now?
Thank you very much for your question. There are many more platforms out there. However, according to our research, there is no clear transparency. And then that causes the misalignment between consumers' intention and their buying behavior. So therefore, we in our research, we are once again highlighting that the brands through their platforms, they need to advocate clear transparency for the consumers to educate them first and make informed choices in order to meet the SDG goals, for example. Thank you.
Okay. Because in my thought, when I first read your title, there's like an existing digital platform that you are trying to explain, but I didn't see any because you only use like secondary data from the previous studies and explain all the principles that should be used regarding this issue. And then the second question from me is regarding the sustainability. Can you please explain more on that, how these digital platforms can ensure the sustainability of the product? Can you please explain more on that?
Thank you very much. So sustainable development goals, among all the 17 goals, so there are environmental issues, one of the significant ones. So one of the significant dimensions of SDG goals, so environment, for example. And however, because when we get the product, that product might come through different hands and through different supply chains. And then as a consumer, although the company might claim that we are doing it sustainably, we are aligned to sustainable goals. However, because it passes on through several hands, we are not the we are not we cannot see, we lack knowledge of how actually that product is not only produced but also delivered to us. So therefore, in this aspect, so one of our findings is aligned to meet SDG goals in terms of environment. And also, my colleague Rafi might elaborate on this aspect as well.
Okay, I think it's enough. Thank you very much for the answer. So I would like just add some advice to improve your article.
Thank you.
First one regarding the novelty again, because this one is part of the assessment criteria. Because when I first read the article, is about what is the objective of this study, and also the novelty of the study. So I think the two parts of this novelty and also the objective of the study are not clearly stated in your article. So I think better you explicitly explain regarding this novelty and also the objective or the study.
Thank you so much.
Although in your slide you mentioned clearly, but I didn't find in your article. And because you use the secondary data, you use the previous studies, I think you should also update your reference, because when I see it's the latest is only from 2019, which is 5 years ago. So I think you should like try to update with the most current references.
Thank you so
Then,
much.
regarding the discussion part, I expect the analysis should be deeper. So I think better you give more explanation regarding all the principles that you mentioned in your article. So I think it will give more understanding message for the readers. And then for the conclusion part, I think that should be revised, because you mentioned a lot of references there. I think the conclusion should have not the reference, yeah. So I think you should revise and also add some recommendation in your article. And then to me, the one suggestion is maybe you can also refer to Prof. Ujang Sumarwan's reference. He is known as the professor in consumer behavior, and I see his Google Scholar. I think there are some updated reference that relates to your article. I think that's all from my side. Thank you very much for Team 7 for your incredible presentation. Well done. So please give applause to all the presenters. Paper number 7.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Corey.
You're welcome. Okay, so we are coming to the next presentation, which will be delivered by Sister Siti Rahayu, Penny Sawitri, Salih Ulef, and Fatia Khan from Sakarya University and Universitas Gunadarma with the title Integration between Indonesian Sharia Stock Index and Turkey Sharia Index using the Generalized Autoregressive Conditional Heteroscedasticity Model. So without any further ado, I would like to invite all the authors to present your paper. The time is yours.
Thank you so much for Dr. Puroya. I will present my article. This is our article. Firstly, I want to introduce myself. My name is Terahayu. Thank you for this opportunity to present
our article, sorry, we gave the title for our article, integration between Indonesian Sharia stock index and Turkey Sharia index using the generalized autoregressive conditional heteroscedasticity model with my colleagues. They are Penny Sawitri, Dr. Salih Ulef, and Fatia Khan. The background why I choose EISE or Indonesian Sharia Stock Index as my object in my article, because EISE is the main index for Islamic capital market in Indonesia. This is similar why I choose KTLM atau KTLM as the Sharia Stock Index for Turkey. In Turkey, we using KTLM as the Unicode for Sharia. This condition also same in the Islamic banks in Turkey. Because until now, Turkey not use the unique name as Sharia, but just participatory. Sorry. Then this is our outlines for now. Introduction, literature review, theoretical basic, research method, result and discussion, and conclusion. For this article, 5 parts. First, introduction, then until conclusion and suggestion. The background we know in Indonesia, the majority of religion is Islam, among 86%. The population Muslim. Then in Turkey, they have 8-9% from the population is Muslim. In the other hand, Indonesia have IASSE as the index for Islamic stock index. Then GII 30 as the 30 outstanding stock in Sharia. This is also in Turkey, KTLM as the main index. As for then for the 30 outstanding stock in Sharia, they have BIST 30. Then Turkey and Indonesia have enormous potential for the development of Islamic capital market. This has an impact on increasing corporate funds that can be used for production and employment, so that the existence of Islamic capital market brings blessing to the government, to the private sector and the community. Because that's some reason, this article, we gave the title. Then this is flow. We wrote the article. Firstly, we see the background of the country, which have the majority number of Muslim. Then both of the country have Islamic capital market. Indonesia and Turkey have many cooperation relationship. We use IASSE and KTLM. So the question is, are IASSE and KTLM integrated? Then we know that integration in global equity market plays an important role in the international asset allocation and risk management. So after that, we try to the previous article which related to be integration. Then the data we use from the data type is time series data from 2017 until 2022, 21st, sorry. Then the study aims to see whether there is integration between the two exchanges and the extent of integration that occurs between IASE and KTLM in 5 years. Then this is the theory of integration. The theory of integration. Integration sense means that companies are able to make the share reach international price based on unrestricted asset for all investors. Sorry. Then I'm so sorry. One problem. Then the best the investor may at 2030. Then a fully integrated international capital market There are no barriers to owning securities in each capital market. Then the previous article, which has similar topic in the integrated capital market, first from CASIM 2013, they funding Islamic stock market as the object has been integrated. Then in 2016, my job make a article about the integration. So the findings had a weak linkage from the correlation perspective. Kizam et al. 2020, they found that Islamic capital market across ASEAN 5 countries remain highly integrated despite the global financial crisis. And the last, Orlovsky 2020, have a country-cyclical sustained real economic growth. The funding improved the allocation of capital, help multiple market, and a systematic race. This is the methodology I use GARCH. Why I used GARCH? Because two reasons. First, the data collected is time series data. Then in capital market, there are volatility. So after I read some previous article, GARCH I think will be the one of the research gap in this article. Then this is the result and discussion. This is to test stationary testing with grep for ISSC and Catalum. For research in this article, there is no previous in this research, we use Sharia Stock Index, ISS and ISSE and Catalum. The observation period, like I said, 2000 from 17 until 2021. Then after the data is collected, the data stationary test will be carried out. From this table, there are stationary, so we can move to the GARCH for the next result. So after that, we use testing for correlogram ISSC and Catalum. From this result, it can be seen that indicator of stationary data. This can be seen from the graph which show fluctuation movement. Then this occur because that are indication of stationary data. This can be seen from graph which shows I'm so sorry. Testing correlation. Okay. Both of ISA and Catalan, from the output result, it can be seen that below the lines there are lines that are out of bounds, meaning the data is not stationary. So in the paper we read that there are two hypotheses. First hypothesis and second hypothesis. Then second hypothesis accepted because there is arch and or GARCH effect. Then for looking for the relationship that occurs between ISA and Catalan, more than for probability value more than 0.05, which means that ISA and Catalan do not have a significant fluency. This one. Then from the research, Granger causality testing, Catalan during the observation period did not influence each other because they have no relationship with each other. It can be said that these two indicators have weak integration and can even be said not be integrated with each other. This is similar with Gineldin in 2002, finding which say that integrated economy has synergy while the research is not integrated, meaning that ISSE and Catalan do not synergies. Then for conclusion, during the 5 years observation period, no integration was found between the two indicators.
Finish, Sister Siti? This is finish. All right. Thank you very much, Sister Siti, for the presentation. My question is, can you please explain why this ISSI and Catalan do not significantly influence each other in both Gregor causality and the first model that you give? Can you please give the reason why it is not significant, so don't have any influence to each other?
Okay. Thank you for that question, Dr. Kuro Ayuni. Why they don't have influence each other? Because in the Granger causality testing, we show F statistic and probability. We have tolerance 5%. Or 0.05, but the probability in here show that more than 0 and 0.5%. So the result, both of that, they don't have influence each other.
Yeah, what I expect from your answer is that the reason why, I mean, it's not because of the statistical result, but the reason why can these two Islamic capital market do not
influence each other?
Yeah, because
Okay.
In your analysis you only like say that, oh, because the probability is less than 5%, then we cannot accept the hypothesis, which means they don't have, I mean, what I expect from the article that I read, you give us the reason why. So meaning that you give the deep analysis why that can happen. Maybe you can also provide some previous studies that support or oppose the findings of your result. It will be more interesting and more meaningful. Sometimes the readers do not like only need the, oh, this is the statistical result, so that they don't have any influence. But we have to we have to also provide them with the reason why they don't have influence, whether there is no connection or like no like investment activity between the two countries. You can make a deeper analysis on that part. I think your article can be more interesting.
Okay.
And then the next one, the comments also, the conclusion should be expanded because to me it's too simple, like only like for 4 to 5 sentences. I think you should like give more more explanation on that part. And also my suggestion for the future research is that you can also expand the observation period and also the observed countries. Maybe you can add like not only Indonesia and Turkey but also other countries, so can make your study improve. Okay, I think it's enough from me. Thank you very much, Sister.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kuroya.
You're welcome, and all the co-authors. Let us give online applause. Say hi to your baby as well.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, Alhamdulillah, we have come to the third presenter. Now we are coming to the next one. From Badan Amal Zakat Nasional and International Islamic University Malaysia, Sister Aisyah Putri Nasari, Sister Dita Anggraini, and Sister Ulfah Latifah Junari, with the title Improving the Quality of Life of Disabled People Through Zakat, a ZUMC perspective. To all the three sisters, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Korui, for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished discussants, scholars, and fellow participants, I'm Dita Anggraini from National Board of Zakat, Republic Indonesia, and my sister Aisyah Putri Nasari and Ulfah Latifah Junari.
I'm honored to present our paper titled Improving the Quality of Life of Disabled People Through Zakat, a Zakat Utilization Model Canvas Perspective. Next, for the presentation, I will divide it into 5 sections here from the introductions and the last for the conclusion and recommendations. Next, for the introduction, Islam emphasizes the inherent quality of all people, regardless of physical ability. The piti or taqwa is sole criterion for distinctions, so disability is sunnatullah. And 1 in 6 people in the world are people with disabilities. People with disabilities in Indonesia reach 28.05 million, or equivalent of about 10% of Indonesian society. And if we take a look to the rate, it also similar to or nearly similar to poverty rate in Indonesia. And however, in the practice, people with disabilities in Indonesia face various difficulties, such as discrimination ranging from educational and unemployment barriers and societal stigma. So zakat, which has a role as an intermediary between mustahik and muzaki, has a great opportunity to empower mustahik with disabilities. This paper has 2 objectives. The first one is to explain the zakat practices for people with disabilities. And secondly is to propose a model to optimize the zakat program for people with disabilities. Next. The literature review structure, the first section, the disabilities of Indonesia, we will describing the condition of disabilities in Indonesia, which has a greater number ratio comparing to the world disability ratio. And furthermore, it is very complicated problem with higher poverty status compared to non-people with disabilities based on the research from Bella and Dartanto. And connecting to the Islamic perspective on disability based on Quranic verses that there is no discriminatory treatment of people with disabilities. And it also highlighted in the Quran, Surah Abasa, and Rasulullah Companion's story. And jump into the role of the zakat in empowering people with disabilities. That Sari in 2023 revealed that the assistance provided by Zakat program has not reached the target set because it has not been able to improve the welfare of mustahik with disabilities. Therefore, this research, we try to fill the gap the related zakat practices for the people with disabilities and proposing model to optimize the zakat for people with disabilities. Next. And for the method we conducted for this research, we use the literature review and the content analysis. For the methods screen, please. Next slide. We're doing the literature review and then survey and then content analysis. We also doing the canvassing for zakat utilization model canvas to canvassing the zakat program related to disability mustahik. And then we are drafting the paper as shown on the screen. And the result and discussions. The results and discussion for this research is the national zakat institutions have been provided assistance to people with disabilities from both productive and consumptive aid, but it also focus on remain to the consumptive support. As we can see on the screen, the result and discussions slide, please. As we can see in a screen that the consumptive aid or consumptive program from zakat can be differentiated into several sectors, such as humanitarian aid, healthcare assistance, religious assistance, education assistance, and so many zakat institutions involved in this program. But jumping into the existing zakat program in productive sector, it is we can see that limited programs for the productive sector and also the zakat management involved also is so not many zakat institution involving in this program. So next slide. For those findings, we can propose that zakat institution can implement a two-pronged approach to support the people with disabilities. Firstly, they can conduct a need assessment to map out the specific need of people with disabilities to intend to assist. And this assessment should initially focusing to the providing the consumptive assistance to meet the people with disabilities basic needs. And secondly, the assessment should evaluate the people with disabilities potential for work or education despite their disability. For example, if the providing basic need is fulfilled to the people with disabilities, we can see if the people with disabilities able to work, not able to work, sorry, we have to providing the basic needs, and then we also need to empower non-disability family members. That's why research by Purwanti told that highlights the vulnerability for people with disabilities is facing the exploitation by non-disabled family members. So they may rely on them for the income. So we need to giving the mental assistance, job training, and providing business capital for the people with disabilities with not able to work. And then the second condition with the people with disabilities is able to work, we can distinguish into the two conditions by the working age. If they, including the working age, we give the same treatment as the first condition. And if they are in a school age, we can give the school or education and mental assistance. If we see the highlight for this proposed program is the first, we need to providing the basic needs of the people with disabilities. And the second one is the mental assistance is a needy assistant to provide the people with disabilities with a dignity and confidence to join or inclusive in the social and economic development. Next. These pages will show you a zakat utilization model canvas that it can be seen clearly, but let me emphasize that business model for disabled mustahik is not specifically describing specific branding program, but in general description, especially for key activities, value proposition, customer segment, mission value, it is concerned to disabled mustahik. So the key activities, for example, that differentiate it from the zakat distribution program for the other mustahik is the for disabilities program is how to utilize mustahik with disabilities according to condition and specialties of mustahik. And the value proposition is offered by zakat utilization model canvas is not limited not only to alleviate the poverty, but also to achieve social and economic inclusiveness of mustahik by not only providing material and spiritual development as the zakat institution was given to another mustahik, but also mental development in order to achieve inclusive mustahik condition. Next, for the result of our conclusion and recommendation based on the research, we conclude that first, the integration approach between consumptive and productive assistance to make sure the long-term impact to the people with disabilities is needed did by the zakat institution. And secondly, zakat utilization model canvas will provide a structured framework for designing and implementing effective zakat programs for people with disabilities. And we all realize that this study has a lot of limitation. And regarding to that, we have some recommendation to future studies to conduct survey and gain in-depth insight to the opportunities and challenges associated with the zakat distribution for people with disabilities. And the practical application need to enhance by the zakat institution to integrate the database of the mustahik disabilities and collaborate with stakeholders, including the government, the community organizations. And the last, for the policy enhancement, it need to advocate the development of policies, infrastructure, and collaborative programs, so we can empower the people with disabilities more through Zakat institutions, so they can be more inclusive and can be have the best welfare in their condition. I think that's all for our presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Sister Gita, for the presentation, precise but strong presentation. Question from me. Do you have any data, at least from Badan Amal Zakat Nasional, regarding how much is the Zakat Fund channeled to finance the people with disabilities? Is there any data?
Yeah, the data show that the allocation for the people with disabilities is less than 1%. So that's really few allocation for the people with disabilities.
In the current program, is there any specific or unique program that is meant to help the people with disability?
Yeah, until now there is no specific program that like the proposed model as we show in the slide, but we just have the program, original program like Z Chicken, Z Mart, to utilize the zakat for the people with disabilities, such as a normal program for other mustahik.
Okay, so there are some comments, and also maybe it can be inputs to further improve your articles regarding again the novelty and research contribution should be clearly explained in your article. And then the reference also very good. They are up to date until 2023. And however, I think you should only also consider the reference from our contemporary ulama regarding this, whether zakat can be channeled to the people with disability. They are falling under the fakir and miskin asnaf. Maybe it will strengthen your arguments that the zakat fund is very urgent to be channeled to people with disabilities. I think you can also try to search for the reference from our contemporary ulama like Almarhum Sheikh Yusuf Kordowi or other ulama. And then suggestion for future research, if this model is being implemented in Basnas or other zakat institutions, I think it is going to be interesting if you can develop your study by providing the case study of this zakat distribution program for people with disability, because it will be more connected to deliver your message to the readers. I think it will be very interesting topic. Hopefully the model can be implemented in the zakat institutions.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Kuri.
Okay, I think that's all from me to the fourth presenters. Let us give online applause to them for the great presentation. So Alhamdulillah, we are coming to the last but not least presenter, who are from IPB University and African Development Bank. So we have Sister Astiani Susanto, Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Irfani, Dr. Bumi Kamara, and Brother Dafa Akomal Haq, with the title of the article is Socioeconomic Determinants of Health Indicators, Evidence from OIC Countries. So to the all authors, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone, and my peace be upon us all. Allow me to introduce myself first, Astiani Susanto, and I'm accompanied by my colleague, Dafa Kamal Haq. We are from IPB University, and today we are delighted to present our research paper titled Socioeconomic Determinants of Health Indicators Evidence from OIC Countries. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the background of this research departs from the topic of health. Health is viewed as a dynamic, progressive, and sustainable condition rather than being fixed on a state of health or illness at a certain point in time. In addition, health plays an important role in the economic growth of a nation because the quality of a person health affects work productivity, which can increase income both individually and nationally. Health is also an integral part of Maqasid Sharia, three of which are interrelated, namely the obligation to protect life or hifzu al-nafs, reason or hifzu al-aqal, and lineage or hifzu al-nasal. There are two indicators that can be used to assess the health status of a population, namely life expectancy and mortality and morbidity rates. However, there are still problems, such as low life expectancy and high mortality rates due to infectious disease occurring in several countries worldwide, including some in the OIC countries. This statement is supported by the data contained in the World Development Indicators as illustrated in this graph. The left figure illustrates that life expectancy in OIC countries remains below the average of both non-OIC countries and the world. Meanwhile, the right-hand figure shows that in 2015, infectious disease accounted for 13% of deaths in OIC countries. Next slide, please. Okay, for this reason, health issues are one of the main concerns in SDGs number 3, which aims to create healthy and prosperous lives for all people at all ages. One of the efforts to realize this is through strengthening health system, which must also consider several factors, including general health indicators, social status, economics, and other considered important in influencing public health worldwide by analyzing the determinant of health. To realize the benefits, the 5 main elements in Maqasid Sharia need to be maintained. In this case, there are 4 factors from the Dahlgren and Whitehead model that can indicate whether a population has realized the maintenance of Maqasid Sharia and can determine the quality of health of population. Therefore, the purpose of this study is to provide an overview of the factors that allegedly affect health indicators in Muslim countries and to analyze the factors that significantly affect these health indicators. Okay, next slide. The data are in the form of panel data, comprising cross-section data from 49 IIC countries and time series data for 9 years from 2010 to 2018. 11 other countries were not included in this study due to limitation in data availability. The variable used in this study include life expectancy and mortality rates caused by infectious disease as dependent variables, and 6 independent variables in the form of GDP, health expenditure, mean years of schooling, Gini index, unemployment rate, and smoking behavior. The analysis method utilized descriptive and inferential analysis. Okay, next. Okay, this is an overview of socioeconomic factors influencing health performance in OIC countries. Each variable is represented by a different graph. For instance, variables such as GDP and education show a consistent annual increase on average. On the other hand, the health expenditure variable tends to fluctuate, with the Maldives being the country with the highest health expenditure. Next. Okay. Additionally, variables such as the Gini index and smoking behavior are showing an improved stat, indicated by a decrease. However, the average unemployment rate in OIC countries still exhibits fluctuation.
Okay, next. Next slide, please. And now let's move on to the data panel aggregation analysis. The first stage is selecting best model. In this stage,
There are three model approach: common, fixed, and random model were considered. The Chow test and Hausman test were conducted to select the model. Both of tests result in a probability value indicating sufficient evidence to reject the null hypothesis. Hence, the fixed effect model was determined to be the best model for this study. Next. The second stage involved conducting a classical assumption test based on the test results show that are no multicollinearity and heteroscedasticity problem in the two models. Next. Furthermore, goodness of fit models tests were conducted. In the F-test, the probability value is smaller than the significance level that indicating that all independent variables have a significant influence on both life expectancy and mortality model. Then the determination coefficient for both model are high in life expectancy and mortality rate model. We can next slide. And for a life expectancy model in ISIS country, by the test, I will share our findings. The gross domestic product significantly increased life expectancy that indicated the higher economic growth leads to longer life expectancy that's supported by Skolnikov et al. And a high health expenditure also positively affect life expectancy with increased spending life expenditure, leading to longer lifespan, as shown by Jaba et al. Their mean years of schooling significantly boost life expectancy, highlighting the role of education in health. Conversely, smoking behavior significantly decreased life expectancy, confirming the detrimental impact of smoking. As per this is consistent with Gabriela. Interestingly, the Gini ratio does not significantly have impact for life expectancy, that's suggesting other factor like economic growth and health expenditure might offset in effect. For the next slide. And for the mortality rate model, GDP negatively impact mortality rate, but it's not significant, indicating that economic growth may help reduce death from infectious disease, but to not decisively. Health expenditure also shows no significant effect on reducing mortality rates. Then mean years of schooling significantly decrease mortality rate, underscoring the importance of education support by Make et al. For the smoking behavior, significantly increased mortality rate. Is this linking smoking to higher mortality from infectious disease, consistent with WHO 2020? Then this have a same result for Gini ratio has a negative effect, but not significant on mortality rate, suggesting income inequality might affect a mortality rate. And for the conclusion, health remain a significant issue in OECD country, as indicated by their low life expectancy rates and high mortality rates due to infectious disease compared to the global average. Our study reveals that gross domestic product, health expenditures, and mean years of schooling positively and significantly impact life expectancy. Conversely, smoking behavior has a significant negative effect. For mortality rate from communicable disease, mean years of schooling has a negative significant correlation, while smoking behavior has a significant positive correlation. Here are several recommendations from us. The first is OECD governments should increase health sector funding, particularly for facilities and infrastructure aligned with halal standards. Expanding employment from a program to reduce social inequality and lower the Gini index is essential. Implementing a Sharia-based system in public life, especially in health, is crucial. Future studies should incorporate Islamic social finance variable to assess their impact on health sector development. That is all. Thank you for your attention. We will greatly appreciate any feedback, suggestion, or constructive criticism during the session discussion. You include it's invaluable to us. Once again, thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Brother Dava and also Sister Astiani for the presentation. My question is the variables that represent a health indicator that you mentioned in your model is health expenditure. Is it government expenditure on health?
Yes.
Right. And then the smoking behavior, TOB, tobacco. Is it spending of the people in each country on tobacco, right? Is it? I just want to make sure.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, okay. And your finding is that mean years of schooling and also smoking behavior are only two variables that are significantly influencing the life expectancy and also mortality rate caused by communicable disease, right? So can you explain why this mean years of schooling can influence the life expectancy and also the mortality rate? Can you please explain why?
Wait, for the schooling.
Yes, Brother Dava, you want to answer?
This is have or because significant effect because education have an impact to life expectancy because they have to motivate with education level for their study and school or other, so they have a motivate motivate for more better life to gain wealth or anything with wealth is can uh, men, like wealthy, that is can be a factor to get our health better. I feel
You
okay,
mean that
maybe Astiani maybe could help me.
yes, sister, you want to add? Why do you think these mean years of school can positively and significant impact the life expectancy and also mortality rate caused by communicable disease?
Sorry, my speaking is a bit little. Okay. Maybe mean years of schooling is can help a better life. Better life, and if we don't have science for a better life, we can sorry. Can I speak in Indonesia?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Ya, jadi untuk pendidikan itu dapat kita dapat mendapatkan ilmu gitu untuk memperoleh hidup yang sehat. Dan sebaliknya ketika kita tidak mengetahui ilmu tentang kesehatan itu, maka itu akan menjadi penyakit bagi hidup kita. Mungkin seperti itu. Sorry.
It's okay. Why I give this question, because again, if you like provide the statistical result of your study, you also should like give explanation behind why this result can come up. Maybe the relationship between the mean years of schooling with the maybe it can raise the awareness of people regarding the healthy lifestyle, or other reason that can support your result. I mean, you don't only like provide the statistical result, but also the deep analysis why the results can come up. Okay, so your answers are good, but you have to explain in your article so people will understand the reasoning why behind the result, why many years of schooling have a positive and significant to the life expectancy, but negative related to the mortality rate. So you should like give explanation on that matter. And then also suggestion for the future research. You already mentioned that the study can include the Islamic social finance instruments in the model. That will be very interesting if you can develop and improve your article by including this Islamic social finance instruments. And also you should should provide the explanation again the period of time from 2010 to 2018, but in your presentation I heard that due to the data availability you can only like provide from 2010 to 2018. So I think you should also put that reason why you choose those particular period of observation. I think that's all from me. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much for your great presentation. I really appreciate. And Alhamdulillah, we have come to the end of our presenters. So we please give applause to all the presenters. Thank you very much. Okay, Alhamdulillah, all the 5 presenters or the teams have already presented their presentations. I really appreciate your articles because they are very well written. I enjoy reading your articles and I really learn a lot while reading your articles, and it gives me so many knowledge, beneficial knowledge, inshallah. I think we have come to the end of our session. If you don't mind, please open your camera and we are going to take a picture together. All right. Okay. Alhamdulillah. Dr. Iqbal Irfani, do you want to open your camera? Okay. 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Alhamdulillah, we have come to the end of our session. Again, thank you very much to all presenters and authors that deliver a very great articles. Well done, everyone. As discussant and moderator today, I do apologize if there are some shortcomings coming from my side. Thank you very much again. I will close by saying wabillahi taufiq walhidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allah still give us the opportunity to continue our agenda today. Before the next session, we would like to remind the participants to fill the list of attendance in the link that has already sent on the Zoom chat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our third agenda. We will have a final session which will be led by Professor Irfan Saukibe from IPB University and Professor Hakimi from Kebangsaan Malaysia University will share with us about Islamic economic for agrimaritime development. Without further ado, Professor Irfan and Professor Hakimi, the time and screens is yours. Assalamualaikum, Professor.
Ya, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes. Okay. Who's first? Me?
Yes, because Professor Hakimi is praying now.
Okay, okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to express my gratefulness to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His mercy, we can gather here in this very important event. And as has been mentioned, that I would like to share with you about the topic today, which is Islamic economics for agri-maritime development. Yeah, and this is a very important topic because our university in Bogor Agricultural University, or IPB University, we have been promoting this agro-maritime term. Yeah, I think since 2018. Yeah, so this is quite new, and we were collaborating also with the National Development Planning Agency at the time to issue this concept. Yeah, and therefore it's very important for us to understand the concept of agro-maritime development. So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, yeah, to begin with, I believe that in the opening speech, yeah, I don't know whether the deputy rector was here. He may explain about the concept of agro-maritime according to the perspective of IPB University. So when we talk about agro-maritime, actually it combines agriculture and of course the marine sector. Yeah, that is the very basic understanding of the term itself. But we define it's not only as simple as combining the land and the sea and the air. Yeah, it's not only combining these three, yeah, but also it has a certain concept, yeah, that are attached with this combination of air, land, and sea. Yeah. So if we look at the agro-maritime concept itself, yeah, from the land, yeah, we can cultivate many resources needed. Yeah, from the sea also they have very huge potential. Yeah, and also from the air. So basically, these three will give us the first one, what we call as the natural capital. Yeah, the natural capital. Yeah, like biodiversity. Yeah, it's part of the natural capital, and also the second one. Yeah, we talk about the what we call his technological advancement, and the third one is we talk about the socio-economic impact. Yeah. So basically, yeah, when we talk about the land, the sea, the utilization of resources that are available in this land, sea, and air, of course, there are three things that need to be taken into consideration. Yeah, the first one is on the natural capital that we have. We have to wisely utilize it. Yeah, make sure that, for instance, there is zero waste. Yeah, and then make sure that you have the balanced use of resources. Yeah, do not uh, excessively utilize the resources and making imbalance, yeah, to this environmental condition, for instance. And the second one, yeah, we need also to see the socioeconomic aspect. Yeah, the socioeconomic aspect. So whether the utilization of these available resources, yeah, can give impact towards the society, can give added value, yeah, towards the society's condition. And since we are talking about the agro-maritime, which is added by the term 4.0, so it means that we also need to utilize and to yeah, to further advance this with the technology. Yeah, so technological advancements is very important. And when we talk about this technology, yeah, it is not only about Internet of Things or big data management, but also it includes biotechnology, nanotechnology, yeah, robotics, for instance, or AI, artificial intelligence, yeah, which can be used, yeah, uh, to uh, to utilize these available resources and making these resources beneficial, yeah, to the further development of the society. And of course, when we talk about this agro-maritime also, we need to ensure that at the end of the day, it has to be able to increase the productivity, yeah, economic productivity of a country, yeah, because it is very important for us to ensure that the productivity level can be increased. Yeah, and when we talk about the productivity, yeah, of course, there are some measurement standards such as the number of the harvest, yeah, how much the when we talk about the harvest, for instance, how much the rice can be produced from paddy field per hectare, how many tons per hectare, for instance, or the capacity to utilize the resources available in the seawater, yeah, with regard to the fish, for instance, yeah, fish industry, fisheries industry, etc. So productivity is very important, and it affects the uh, economic level of a country. And of course, when we can increase the productivity, yeah, we have to remember that this productivity, which leads to economic progress, yeah, should be able to meet the objective of increasing prosperity of the people. Yeah, people's prosperity should be there, and this people's prosperity, we have to also ensure that there is no unequal, yeah, unequal uh, owner to the unequal or unequal access, yeah, to wealth and prosperity. In other words, it should not create inequality among the people. So income inequality should be minimized, and we have to ensure that social justice is there. Yeah, we are not talking about prosperity only, but also we talk about the social justice. Yeah, how can these resources can be distributed fairly? And this the result of no I mean we should avoid or we should minimize, yeah, the concentration of the wealth, concentration of the resources only in the few hands, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has prohibited, yeah, this to happen, as mentioned in the surah Al-Hashr, verse number 7. Allah clearly prohibits this to happen. And also we have to make sure that the utilization of resources, yeah, which leads to this prosperity and creating social justice, it has to be also sustainable. So sustainability issue is very important. Yeah, there is no agro-maritime without sustainability concept, because we have to realize, yeah, actually these resources basically, yeah, is something that we borrow from the future generation. So sustainability should be there. We have to make a balance. Yeah, there should not be any ecological destruction and degradation, for instance. Yeah, so sustainability must be there, and of course, at the end of the day, it must also lead to country sovereignty. Yeah, so we talk about not only food sovereignty, but in all aspects. Yeah. So sovereignty is very important because our faith should not be controlled by other countries, should not be controlled by other foreign powers. Yeah, it has to be on our own strength and power. So therefore, when we talk about this agro-maritime, we have to make sure that it will lead to the country's sovereignty. So you have your own independence to determine your own development strategies, policies, your own fate, yeah, without any disturbance or without any control or pressure from outside. Yeah, although of course in reality there are always many powers that would like to control our resources because most of the Muslims are living in the countries that have huge, yeah, abundant of natural resources. So this is a very basic concept of agro-maritime that we are talking about here. And this concept has been developed by our university, yeah, IPB University, to ensure that this should be the guidance for development strategies and policies, especially with the case of Indonesia. Yeah, so the question is, what can we do? Yeah, from the perspective of Islam economics to support the implementation of this agro-maritime. Yeah, and agro-maritime is very fundamental. Yeah, to our sovereignty. Yeah, so actually, if we look at the concept, yeah. Uh, the concept of agro-maritime that is proposed by our IPB University actually all the contents are in line, yeah, with the Maqasid Sharia, yeah, because when we talk about justice, prosperity, when we talk about these keywords, yeah, sustainability, productivity, ethical accountability, environmental friendly, for instance, all of these values are basically in line with the Sharia because Islam has given us a clear guidance in this regard. Yeah, for instance, Allah has reminded us in the Quran, Surah Ar-Rum, verse number 41, for instance, Allah has reminded us that basically it is our wrongdoing that has led to the destruction, yeah, of this earth, to the destruction of on the land, on the sea, yeah. ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر بما كسبت أيدي الناس, because of our hands, because of our own activities that creating a lot of problems, yeah, towards our environment. So it is because of us. So therefore, the spirit of minimizing the environmental degradation, the spirit of sustainability, yeah, making sure that all the resources are sustainable, yeah, actually these are Sharia values, yeah. So there is a strong alignment, conceptually speaking, between the agro-maritime and the Maqasid Sharia. And when we try to relate these two with the global agreement, yeah, to target the achievement of 17 goals, yeah, 17 goals of SDGs, yeah, in 2030. So there is a strong connection between agro-maritime, Maqasid Sharia with the achievement of sustainable development goals. And when we talk about also the current issue, which is related with the ESG investing, we talk about environmental, social, and governance. Yeah, all of them are also basically part of the Maqasid Sharia, part of this concept. So the ultimate objective is to produce the welfare level of the ummah. Yeah. So this conceptual alignment has a very strong foundation, and therefore Islamic economics, yeah, should be able, yeah, to support, yeah, this agro-maritime development. And if we look at the existing or the current Islamic economic instrument, that we can divide the Islamic economic instrument into three parts, into three instruments or pillars. Yeah, the first one is real sector of the economy. We talk about the halal industry, we talk about the halal food, we talk about Muslim-friendly tourism, we talk about modest fashion and others. Yeah. And the second one is the second pillar is Islamic commercial financial sector. comprising banking and non-banking institutions. Non-bank institutions such as insurance and then a finance company, yeah, capital market, joint venture, etc. And the third one is Islamic social finance sector, which comprises zakat and wakaf. Yeah. So how these three pillars are interacting with the concept of agromaritime and supporting the development of agromaritime. And of course, the main objective is to reach the prosperity level of the society. And uh, this is the Islamic economic system that we are going to that we are developing now. Yeah, we are developing this ecosystem, and this has been, promoted by our National Islamic Economy and Finance Committee. Uh, I believe that maybe most of you have been familiar, yeah, with this concept in which economy is divided, yeah, into three main areas. The first one is on the supply side, the second one is on the demand side, and the third one is on the ecosystem infrastructure. If you look at the supply side, we can see, as just has been mentioned, yeah, earlier, that we have the commercial finance. Yeah, these are the commercial finance institutions or instruments that we are developing in this ecosystem. Yeah, and then there is also social finance, and we have halal industry, we have infrastructure that covers the input production distributions, yeah, and then we have also community, yeah, and then from the player, yeah, from the perspective of the producer, we have this 6 layers, yeah, of producers, yeah. From the lowest one is the mustahik, and then higher than mustahik is on ultra micro enterprise, and then micro enterprise you can see from the triangle in the middle, yeah, and then we have small enterprise, medium enterprise, and large corporation, yeah. That is available in all of these industry. And on the demand side, we talk about the mass market, yeah, international market, domestic market. And on the ecosystem infrastructure, yeah, the development of Islamic economics cover at least these 6 areas, yeah. The first one is on human capital. We talk about education. The second is on research and development, and then regulation, how we produce the regulation that fit the development of Islamic economic system, and also we talk about branding, promotion. Yeah, we need also to utilize digital technology. Yeah, because digital technology is very important. Yeah, to create more effective ecosystem. And the last one is on the awareness and consumer protection. So this ecosystem basically is the one that is developed now in our country, in Indonesia, and we need to align this ecosystem with the agromaritime, because basically this ecosystem, yeah, and the agromaritime, they are closely related. Yeah, they are closely related, and so that's why we need to see, we need to further encourage, yeah, the involvement of Islamic economic instrument, yeah, in the real sector, in the financial sector, as well as in the social finance, yeah, to contribute to this agromaritime development, yeah, in Indonesia, because we are the agricultural country. We are covered by, most of our areas are ocean areas, yeah, seawater, and that's why the two are very, very important for us, yeah. And our notion of development should be based on agromaritime. Yeah, we cannot be an advanced economy if we neglect yeah, the resources that we have on the land, on the sea. Yeah. So we are very grateful that Allah has bestowed us with a huge number, with the abundance of resources. So involvement of Islamic economic instrument is very important. And in Indonesia, yeah, since I think for the past 2 decades, yeah, the involvement is quite intensive. And here are some examples of the support that has been provided by Islamic economic instrument for the agro-maritime development. The first example is related with the presence of Islamic banking financing. Yeah. If you look at, for example, yeah, the agricultural financing, yeah, provided by in Indonesia, we call it Sharia banking. Yeah. Of course, when we talk about at global level, they know the term that is used is Islamic bank, yeah, or Islamic banking industry. But in Indonesia, we use the term Sharia banking. Of course, there's a history behind it, but I will not talk about it. Yeah. So if we look at the proportion and also the number of fund that is allocated for agricultural sector, yeah, for the past almost 3 years, yeah, it increases very well. Yeah, the trend shows a positive trend. Yeah, it increases, although the slope is not that steep. Yeah, but it shows an improvement from time to time, which indicates that the attention of Islamic banking industry towards agricultural sector development is increasing from time to time. Yeah, and if we further divide this into two types, yeah, the first one is on big institution, the commercial Islamic commercial bank and Islamic business unit. The trend is same, and if you look at the Sharia rural bank or Islamic rural bank, yeah, both graph shows an increasing trend, yeah, with regard to the agricultural financing. And our university, IPB University, we have our own Islamic bank, yeah, which is Islamic Rural Bank or Sharia Rural Bank. Yeah, its name is BPRS Botani Bina Rahmah. Yeah, from 2019, when we purchased that one, the total asset it's around 16 billion rupiah. Yeah, or 1 million US dollar. And at that time, the financing to the non-performing financing NPF is 40%, and the loss was quite high, 3 point something billion rupiah. Yeah, and our financial services authority almost tried to close this bank, but when we purchased that one, alhamdulillah, within 4 years, at the end of 2023, alhamdulillah, we can increase, yeah, the total asset from 16 billion rupiah now becomes around 150 billion rupiah. Yeah, yeah, almost 10 times bigger within 4 years. And non-performing financing, now it is below 3%. So from Sakaratul Maut, now it becomes a very healthy, yeah, bank, alhamdulillah. Yeah, and what is interesting, yeah, one thing which is very, very interesting is that two-thirds of our financing, 67% of the financing is allocated for agriculture sector. Yeah, so agriculture university has a bank, rural bank, that most of its financing is allocated to agricultural sector. Yeah, 67%. So it's very interesting progress. Yeah, which shows also that when you allocate your money, yeah, to agriculture sector, so alhamdulillah, if you know the sector well, you're able to mitigate the risks, yeah, and also you can find out, yeah, the best way to optimize the business, yeah, so that you can earn and get profit, yeah, from that business according to Sharia way, yeah. So this is one example. Another example is on the government side. Yeah. On the government side, we talk about the budget. Yeah. If we look at the this one, as I mentioned to you, yeah, when we talk about the commercial finance, government also is there because government is one of the major player, yeah, with regard to Islamic commercial finance. One of the examples is on sukuk. Yeah, sukuk in Indonesia, sovereign sukuk is issued by Ministry of Finance. Yeah, and of course the usage of sukuk, the proceed that is coming from sukuk should be utilized in the various sectors that give most benefit to the society. And one of the type of sovereign sukuk that has been issued by the government is green sukuk, which is issued for nine major sectors. You can see here renewable energy, sustainable management of natural resources, energy efficiency, green buildings, yeah, waste to energy and waste management, sustainable transport, sustainable agriculture. All of this reflect agro-maritime development, basically. So involvement is very intensive, and our government has been known as a frequent issuer of sovereign sukuk. Yeah, and usually when the government issue sovereign sukuk, usually it is usually oversubscribed. So, yeah, so it's very good to know this one. Yeah, and then another example on Sharia securities crowdfunding. Yeah, so in Indonesia, this Sharia securities crowdfunding, yeah, has been developed, yeah, quite well for the past more than 3 years, yeah, almost 4 years, yeah, because it's a quite new industry, yeah, in which it has three major players, yeah. The first one is it is basically capital market mechanism for small and medium enterprises, yeah. They are not able to, let's say, to issue initial public offering, yeah, in the capital market, yeah, in the stock market, for instance, yeah, because of the size, yeah, they are not large enough, they are not big enough, or they may not be able also to issue corporate sukuk, yeah. But now, because of the presence of Sharia securities crowdfunding, now they have the opportunity, they have the chance, yeah, to issue shares and sukuk. Yeah. So around, if you look at the only full-fledged share securities crowdfunding provider in Indonesia, now there are around almost 1/5 of the total issuance of sukuk and shares that are green ones in line with the ESG concept. Yeah, particularly in the category of renewable energy, healthcare, and environment. So I think this is until December 2023. Another example is on green wakaf, yeah, utilization of wakaf asset that serve the attainment of ecological balance and sustainability while providing social and economic impact to the society. Yeah, our colleague, head of the Department of Islamic Economics, Dr. Khalifah Muhammad, he has a project of forest wakaf, yeah, which is quite famous in the country. Yeah, it shows about the implementation of this green wakaf. And another example, yeah, wakaf and zakat are part of the Islamic social finance. Yeah, zakat also has contributed a lot. Yeah, this is just an example. Zakat-based community development. Yeah, you can see here the presence of creative industry program, micro hydropower plant program, sheep farm program, health program, coffee brand program, etc. Yeah, so this is part of the an example of zakat-based community development that is conducted by the National Board of Zakat of the Republic of Indonesia, or known as Basnas. Yeah, similarly, another example is on the farmer empowerment program, in which we attempt, yeah, to provide, yeah, the farmer with their production. We do some capacity building programs, to increase the production level of the farmers, and also we try also to make sure that their products are absorbed by the market. Because at the end of the day, when you empower the poor, one thing that you have to make sure and also try to get involved is on the market side. You cannot teach only these people to produce something, but without any visible market. So the presence of market is very important. And sometimes we need to create an ecosystem that can absorb the product of the mustahik. This is what we are doing. For example, in this farmer empowerment program, what we did during my time in Basnas, what we did, we absorb their products and using them in various occasions. For example, for zakatul fitr distribution, zakat fitrah distribution, the rice that we are using is absorbed from the farmer. And various food program. Basically the supply of the food. Were taken from the farmers' production. So what happened? Their production level can be increased. We can see from the right side, the right graph, and also their revenue can also be increased. So significantly. So it means that this program is giving a social impact. And don't forget, social impact is part of the Agrimaritime concept. That's why the trust from the people towards the collection of zakat in the country is increasing from time to time, and we can see that we can double the collection of zakat just within 3 years. Within 3 years we can double the national collection of zakat because of the presence of various programs that can empower the poor and the needy. I think I will end right here because we only have a very limited time. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the speech, Professor Ivan. Okay, the next is from Professor Hakimi. Assalamualaikum, Professor.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Time and screen is yours, Professor.
Right. How long I have time? Let me see. 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. All right. Let me directly present my my PowerPoint related to this topic. And before that, thank you very much, Pak Irfan, as a Dean of IPB, Faculty of Economics and Management of IPB, my good friend, and then also all the organizers, Dr. Yeti. That's my great honor to be here this evening. And basically, what I want to present is, as compared to Dr. Irfan, Professor Irfan mentioned very comprehensive and the bigger, broader picture of how Islamic economics in Indonesia, particularly Islamic Sharia banking, to support agro-maritime development. And this evening, I took this opportunity to highlight about Wakaf to be more specific, and why I put Wakaf now as a part of the Islamic social finance simply because of, for your information, all audience here, I got my PhD from Japan Kyoto University, and in my title of dissertation related to Islamic finance for agricultural land development in Malaysia in 2009 until 2012. And during that time, 3 years during my PhD, in addition to complete my PhD, I would like to have a little bit quite ambitious related to how we can push Islamic financial institution, Islamic banking to support agricultural development. And by using the contract like Muzara'a, Musaqah, this is in line with the conference that we do have. And unfortunately, through my finding, I don't see any, quite, in other words, aggressive movement towards the support of agricultural sector. Because of this, is the nature of the agriculture is a very high risk. So, and therefore, I move towards researching how the instruments, like as mentioned by Professor Irfan, related to zakat and wakaf as well. In other words, the very popular term used by Indonesian friends, ziswaf, can be used to support this sector that very important these days simply because of the issues like food security, for example, and the issues like abundant land or idle land that happen in many developing countries, including Malaysia, Indonesia as well, I believe. And therefore, how we can revitalize the concept of wakaf for the agro-maritime development. So I would like to start between research and implementation. Through the research, this is our big dilemma. We can find out so many research being done related to our areas, okay? If you want to say related to Islamic economies, you want to say related to Islamic banking finance, halal economy, Islamic social finance, so many research being done. But the most important thing now is how we link between the finding from the research, which I believe are very noble, that can be used for the purpose of implementation and execution. So that's another point that we need to consider once we are dealing. Excuse me, yeah. Okay. Once we deal with the areas like agro-maritime development. So this is the dilemma that we are facing in academia, as well as by the practitioner, I would say, because of the dilemma faced by Islamic banks, for example, in order to get profit, maybe they have the dilemma for the socio-economic development as well. So all these things, how do we put under one big umbrella, very comprehensive, very concrete, in order to ensure all the things between the noble finding from the research can be used for the execution. The framework that can we produce from the finding, from our finding, either from the S3 or S2 mahasiswa, can be used for the execution by the practitioner, by the institution, Islamic economy institution. So this is the big thing that I want to highlight for my introduction. So now, Wakaf as the unique Islamic institution, because I would say this is no specific references and its legal parameters have been developed through centuries by jurists. Because we can see the evolution of Wakaf here, okay? The Professor Irfan also engaged and directly involved in the development of what you call that, the Wakaf document in Indonesia, and then also the development or establishment of Bank Wakaf Indonesia, and all these things developed over centuries. Okay, because when we said about Wakaf, for example, we are referring very popular hadith related once we die, Izamata ibn Adam. So that's a very popular hadith, and through this hadith is not mentioned specifically related the term of Wakaf here. It's all about the sadaqah jariyah. So all these things, we in the current situation can use this to develop, and finally we can see this unique Islamic institution being as the very highly regulated until now and being used for the public policy. This is we can see this development in the case of Indonesia as well as in Malaysia. And then from the charity religious land, we are moving towards the more commercial and more how we can ensure the real economy. People can get employment, for example, once we develop the Wakaf property, how the impact from the development of Wakaf properties as well. Okay. For example, cash Wakaf Link Sukuk by Indonesia won award from the IDB, for example. This is a really amazing effort by Indonesian friends. And then how the role of government here, positioning, because of through the centuries, we can see the development of Wakaf starting from the individual, from the community, society, and then finally we can see here in the current days related to the role of government. And then the beauty of Wakaf, okay, the beauty of Wakaf I put here, 4+3. This is the pillars of Wakaf or the rukun of Wakaf. Waqif, Mawquf, the property or the corpus, the Mawquf alay, beneficiaries, and Nazi. Number 4 is Nazi or Mutawali. Once we said this is Wakaf, the Nazi must have the significant roles to ensure the characteristics of Wakaf can be preserved in terms of perpetuality, irrevocability, and also inalienability. So 4+3 model of Wakaf, I would regard this as a part of the uniqueness of Wakaf, 4+3 area. And now, once we are dealing with the agro-maritime development, how the professional in this area can be appointed as the Nazi. We cannot simply, in the case of Malaysia, the appointment of the Nazi 100% under the Islamic Religious Council at the state level, and how we can see the link and the synergy between the Islamic Religious Council with the professional entity in the area of agro-maritime. That's another things that we need to consider as well. So a part of the important features here, okay, a part of the important features that I can see that's developed by the practice through the principles and regulation over centuries, we can see from the issue of ownership. Who own the Wakaf property? Is it Waqif? Is it Mutawalli? Is it beneficiaries, Mafkuf alay? And all these things, I would say the real owner is the absolutely Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There's the absolute owner. But in terms of the management for our real life in this day, how we link between, if we put the argument of ownership of Wakaf property belong to the Ummah. So the Nazi only the trustee and have the responsibility to develop the Wakaf property. In terms of management and administration, of course. And through literature, we can see basically the issue of Wakaf through literature, I would say two things, management and administration. And the second one is related to financing. So if we can link between this with the area of agro-maritime, I would say we can see more impactful areas. Beneficiaries, Wakaf deed, okay, public versus family Wakaf and state endowment. Because a long time ago, Wakaf is not regulated by the government. So now in Malaysia in particular, without government, we cannot proceed with the idea to foster or to enhance the rules of Wakaf for the socio-economic activities. So all these things in the important features that we need to go further related to, and now in conjunction with the theme of our conference related to Islamic economics for the agro-maritime development, we can see how we tuning and tweaks between the profit orientation with the socio-economic benefits that we can see directly once we develop and use Wakaf as the instrument. So now, in terms of the Sharia legal framework of Wakaf, we can see we need to have the expression of piety, preservation of asset, preservation of benefits, and this can be done through the prudent management. And how this thing we can put under the umbrella of Sharia legal framework. As I said, the real owner, absolute owner is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and how the mu'amalah between man and man consider the parameter of Allah as the lawgiver and also the real absolute owner as the Khalifa in this world. Okay, this is also another important historical development. I would say this is very close related to our team, all right? Wakaf and agricultural development, we can see here is that how Wakaf land been used for the partnership in agriculture. So under the contract of Muzara'ah or sharecropping, the owner of the land, okay, is a Wakaf under Wakaf, and then we get the farmer, okay, to develop the land, okay, and then we can use this for the partnership in agriculture. This is the area that we are facing this issue in Malaysia, because the tendency of our potential wakif, they just want to do wakaf related to land. For example, this is like an economic science of land, the area of land very far from the central, right? And therefore, it's not easy we can use this wakaf land for the development. And therefore, I would say we can use for the agriculture, for example, by using technology, scientific analysis of this, because in the case of Japan, they are not relying on the big size of land. With this limited space, they use the technology and innovation to develop the area. So that's the thing, the rules of science and technology. We are living in the era of AI, artificial intelligence, the era of blockchain, and how we use and leverage on these advantages that we are surrounding us. So now, the current practices of Wakaf in Malaysia, I would say no other instruments that can we highlight as the success story. Okay, now Wakaf more towards the area of quite relatively, I would say, socio-economic, quite urban things like real estate Wakaf, cash Wakaf, shares, education Wakaf, and corporate Wakaf. And now, with the good start, they are now doing the noble effort by using the cash Wakaf, by using the Wakaf land for agriculture. So that's a good effort that I can see, but still is a very minimal and a very small in terms of the size of the effort. For example, by the Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur, they are using that. And then also we are facing this issue. This is the issue. The red one, asset rich but poor cash. We have good in terms of the property, real estate, okay, but in terms of cash, we are very poor, and that therefore we are facing the issue of financing, okay, and we are facing the issue of idle wakaf property. So is it possible to tune this property that we have into the agro-maritime development? So we need the agricultural department, Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security to develop this area. So that's another point that I would say very important to highlight with the issue of asset rich, but we are very poor in terms of cash. So we are facing the issue of financing. So now this is the cash wakaf, how we convert dinar. I mean the issue of cash wakaf, because the depreciation of the value of the cash, and we need to change or to transform convert the cash into real asset. So that's another issue that we can see, but still. Previous slide I mentioned, I argue related to the issue of financing. But now we put together the land and cash under the wakaf, and then let's see how it goes. So this is another area that very closely related, I would say, in terms to tackle the issue of poverty, social inequality, social development and finance, corporate social responsibility, microfinance, cooperative wakaf model, and also entrepreneurship. And all these things, we can see how wakaf can be used to cater this issue. And then this is related to our behavioral intention, altruism, Islamic religiosity, perceived ihsan, Islamic egalitarianism. These are the things that related to our behavior as a human. And then also related to Wakaf and accountability, we need to have the very good governance, good accounting in terms of financial reporting to ensure we are managing Wakaf properties under the professional instrument to showcase we are doing the good practices. And these are areas that closely related to Wakaf, I would say. Okay, this I think you all of us are very familiar on this. And then the components of SDG related to how we can uphold and uplift the betterment of our ummah life. Still, people, Muslim in Africa, for example, they are still very poor, and how we can uplift and upgrade the dignity of them by using the wakaf in the Agrimaritime, because in the case of Malaysia, poor people usually related to stay in the rural area, and rural area related closely to the agricultural development. Okay, and then now how we use the society, we are living as the society 5.0, super smart society, and how from the hunter-gatherer, from the agrarian, industrial society, and information society, we need to blend all these things. Okay, we need to blend all these things together to have the more comprehensive development of Wakaf into the agro-maritime development. And this is another area that been mentioned by Professor Irfan related to Maqasid Sharia, and then how we can serve the interest and prevention from the harm. So how we relate this with the human development and well-being. So this is my final slide. In order to revitalize the instrument of Wakaf for the agro-maritime development, we need to be very inclusive, okay, without depending on one particular society, but need to cover all, as many as possible. Okay, there's the inclusive things. The second one related to we cannot relying on the the elite people. Okay, we need to is not dominated by the one particular sector. We need to have the authentic economic institution to ensure this thing can be used. Okay, as I said, we need to have the professional institution to use for the Wakaf development in agriculture and maritime sector. And finally, for the economic performance, we have to consider as well for resource mobilization and redistribution of Wakaf as the distribution of wealth. But I would regard Wakaf as a part of wealth creation as well, because the Nazi have responsibility, is a compulsory for the Nazi to develop and to create wealth. Without creation of wealth, how we can distribute the benefits from the Wakaf. With that, I end my presentation, and back to you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hakimi from National University Malaysia. What you have delivered about Islamic economy for agrimaritime development is very interesting and gave us some fresh insight for current situation. Okay, then let's get going to our Q&A session for all participants. You can use raise hand tool and open your microphone, or you can also type your question in the chat room. Okay, Mr. Rahmat Yanwar, may you please open your microphone?
Okay, thank you, Mbak Fitri. Maybe my question is for Mr. Hakimi and also for Pak Irfan. Yeah. First, to Pak Hakimi, this is based from the practical perspective. Is there in Malaysia, is there any best practice especially in productive wakaf, like you mentioned is agriculture wakaf, wakaf in agricultures. Is there any best practice? Because it's also you mentioned is sometimes it's very difficult to implement, especially related to the high risk and so on. So maybe we can learn from your experience or your observation in the Malaysia, if it is if any best practice there. Yes, okay. And to Pak Irfan, maybe based on your experience, especially in Basnas and Wakaf institutions in Indonesia, what are the challenges, the most challenge faced in implementing Islamic economic principle in the agro-maritime sectors? Maybe you can the most challenge in the implements of the agro-maritime sectors, and how can we overcome the problems? So I think that's all my question for both of the presenters. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rahmat. Okay, those are two questions. Now, please take your time to answer those questions, Professor.
Pak Irfan dahulu kah? Saya dulu, Pak Irfan? Saya dulu ya?
Ya boleh.
Okay.
Ya, brother,
Okay. Thank
you
you.
first.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Rahmat Yanwa, I believe. I can highlight two practices that happen in Malaysia. One in Perak, okay, one in Perak, northern part of our peninsula. Because I believe all of you aware that Wakaf development is under the State Council, Islamic State Council. So we are very territorial in terms of managing our Wakaf property. In the case of Perak, related to Agrimaritime, they are using Wakaf, they collect cash Wakaf to bear the expenses of fishermen. Usually they use the cooperative fishermen, koperasi, under the koperasi to buy boat for them. So we consider from the cash, they transform as boat, and therefore the fishermen can go to get fishing by using the Wakaf boat. So that's the practices. But unfortunately, the issue that I observe is that people are really, that's why I said earlier as my disclaimer, realizing this area is a very high risk, and now the target of them, what I heard from them initially, they want to make it as a very big project. But unfortunately, in terms of the collection from the cash, and then also is not so well, and therefore they are facing the issue to buy the boat. And finally, how they manage, they get the assistance from the government. So that's the idea, I would say, from the perspective of our boat for the fishermen by using the cash wakaf. The second example that I can highlight here in the case of Putrajaya, okay, but it's a small scale, but I would say that's a good start basically. In this case of Putrajaya in Wilayah in Kuala Lumpur in central area, they are doing community farming. Community means a very small farming within the community. Again, by using the Wakaf land that owned by the Wakaf Foundation in Malaysia, they use this one to give this land under the Wakaf land to the community to develop that. And therefore, again, the return from the harvest from this land, I heard from my conversation with the officer, is still within for the consumption only. So again, this is how the land been used by the community for their own benefits, because they're small scale, not for the the production is very small. So by highlighting these two examples, I can see great opportunity, okay, great opportunity for them for this example. For me, it doesn't matter. In the case of Grameen Bank of Yunus, for example, even though micro, but we develop this widespread all over places, all over people, villages know this. I can see, I believe it was, we can still see the impact, right? So, yeah, so let's see how it goes by combining the funding, because what I heard, to purchase one boat, it takes very big, huge amount of fund. So maybe it takes time to collect all from under the cash wakaf. So by combining of the allocation from the government, perhaps from the fishermen themselves, maybe that's make more faster and more possible. So that's to respond to Dr. Rahmat question. All right.
Thank you for your answer, Professor Kimi. Okay, the next, Professor Irfan.
Yeah,
Time to
thank
answer
you.
those questions.
Yes. Okay. So the very basic challenge is on the understanding on the concept of agro-maritime and also the concept of Islam economics itself. So this is a very fundamental, yeah, because sometimes we need to increase, yeah, the collaboration with Islamic to increase their understanding so that mutual collaboration can be conducted. Yeah, for example, when we talk about the empowerment of fishermen, yeah, or the empowerment of farmers, still, yeah, there are not many who know that farmers, yeah, and also fishermen, for example, yeah, they are eligible beneficiaries of zakat, or they are eligible of beneficiaries of wakaf or mawkuf alayh, yeah, as long as all the sharia criteria are fulfilled. Yeah, for zakat, of course, they have to be part of the one of the 8 asnaf. Yeah, and if we talk about wakaf, even it is more flexible. Yeah. So understanding this, because sometimes many people, they only know that what when we talk about zakat, what you need to do, you just directly give the cash, yeah, to the people, to the mustahik, so that they can buy food. Yeah. Many people are, I mean, there are many people are still of the view that zakat should be distributed on consumptive based programs. Yeah, because giving somebody with certain amount of money so that they can use this money to buy food is actually part of the consumptive based program, which is short-term programs actually. Yeah, but when we talk about the empowerment, of course, it is long-term. It is more productive program, a productive-based program, and it aims to empower, yeah, the recipients so that they can have sustainable sources of income. Yeah. So we need to educate people in this regard. And similarly, for those who are trained in zakat or who become the amil officers, Sometimes they don't know, yeah, how to empower the farmers, for example. They know that some of them are poor, the poor farmers, but they don't know how to empower them. Yeah, maybe from the perspective of technical assistance, maybe they know a few, yeah, about they know a little bit on, let's say, on the how to find a good and proper seed, yeah, for example. Not many know about this knowledge. That's why collaboration between those who are trained in zakat, for example, or wakaf, with those who are trained in agriculture sciences are very important, so that they can complement each other. This is a very basic thing. Yeah. And the second one is we need also to increase the collaboration between or among the stakeholders, yeah, not only the players, yeah, the amil officers, the amil institution and wakaf institution, nazir institutions, yeah, but also with other stakeholders, yeah, including the government, the uh, private sector, yeah, the universities, so that we can have an impactful activities, because once we collaborate each other, yeah, it will lead to a very impactful activities. And we have proven this one in many programs of zakat distribution, as well as on wakaf projects. Yeah, collaboration, strong collaboration, close collaboration among various stakeholders will lead to impactful activities, will lead to impactful programs. Yeah, for example, the one that we did in Lubuk Bangkar village in Sarolangun Regency in Jambi province, for example. We did it at the end of 2018. Yeah, we collaborate with the UNDP, with the Jambi government, with the Bank Jambi, yeah, and other stakeholders there, including the village government. Yeah. So what happened? Yeah, between 2 years, only within, sorry, not between, within 2 years, yeah, Lubuk Bangkar village was able to transform themselves, yeah, from being poor to become a champion, yeah, so that it was classified as one of the best 10 village destinations uh, in Indonesia, yeah, for the mountainous area. Yeah, it has a very strong brand of Bukit Tempurung, the one that I show you in my slide. Yeah, Bukit Tempurung coffee now becomes quite popular. Yeah, it was part of the empowerment program of zakat. Yeah, so and it utilizes all the resources. Yeah, agriculture resource, land resources, water resources, etc. So proper collaboration will lead to impactful activities. So if we can manage these aspects, I believe that it will give good impact. And the last one is on the regulation. Yeah, we need stronger support from the government. Yeah, not only government to provide the budget, but the most important thing is for the government to provide the mechanism of zakat management. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Professor Irfan. I believe what have been explained by Professor has answered all the questions very clearly. Okay, I would like to ask you to stay on your screen, Professor, as we have a small token of our appreciation for you. Please accept it with our sincere thank you. May operator showing the certificate. Yes. May Allah bless you, and we do apologize as you may feel many inconvenience from us throughout the session. And now we will hold a
Thank
photo
you.
session. To all excellencies, lecturers, as well as all participants are welcome to open your video and take a position for photo. I will count from 1 to 3 and screen capture to the photo. Slide. Okay, first slide. Second slide. Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for has arrived. Let us now recognize and celebrate the winners of Muzara'ah Call for Paper. Starting with the third place, the award goes to Ririn Riani, Ihsatul Ikhwan, Aam Slamet, Rusi Diana. The title of the paper is Evaluating Islamic Bank Efficiency and Productivity in ASEAN. Does technological advancement play the role? The third place winner will receive a prize of 2 million rupiah. Next, the second place award goes to Ririnta Nurashmi, Jarita Dwansa, M. Irwan Arifin, and Rafia Apros. With the title of the paper is The Nexus Between Income Inequality and Environmental Degradation in ASEAN 6 countries during 1992 until 2015 from Islamic perspective. Congratulations, the second place winner will receive a prize of 2.5 million rupiah. And then, the moment of honor, the first place in this year's paper competition goes to Aisyah Fitriana Sari, Dita Anggriani, and Ulfa Latifa Junari. With the title of the paper is Improving the Quality of Life of Disabled People Through Zakat Z2INSI Perspective. Congratulations for the winner. In addition to our top 3 winners, we also have the remaining 7 teams. From the top 10, each of whom will receive a prize of 1 million rupiah. Please join me to congratulating them. Okay, we are also thrilled to announce that all the papers submitted for this competition will be published in the Muzara'ah Journal, divided across several editions. Some paper will be published in the June 2024 edition, others in December 2024 edition, and the remaining in the June 2025 edition. Congratulations to all the authors for this prestigious recognition. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the last session of our event has come to an end. We would also like to express our gratitude to participants who have attended all sessions until the end. May Allah bless our activities today. Also, we would like to ask your forgiveness as you may felt many inconvenience. Before we close, we would like to remind the participants to fill the list of attendance in the link that has already sent on the Zoom chat. Wallahu alam, let's close our agenda today by saying hamdalah and doa kafaratul majlis. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much. So, Prof. Hakimi, thank you. See you again.
Thank you, Pak Irfan. Thank you semua.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Makasih.
Okay.
Congratulations once again to all winners. Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Prof. Hakimi.